In the beginning, God established his dominion before any foundation was laid. Before mountains rose and before the seas were formed, his authority stood complete. The earth belonged to him, and all that would fill it was known to him. The heavens declared his power, and the deep was under his command. His word brought order, and his breath gave life. From the beginning, the kingdom of heaven was not distant, but active, shaping all that came into being. Light was spoken into the darkness, and darkness did not overcome it. The light revealed what was good, and the separation of light from darkness established the first sign of divine rule. Time itself bowed to this order, for evening and morning followed according to his design. In this, the kingdom of heaven was revealed as truth that dispels confusion and brings clarity where emptiness once remained. The heavens were stretched out like a tent, and waters were divided above and below. Boundaries were established, not to restrict life, but to sustain it. Dry land appeared at his command, and the seas were gathered into their places. The earth responded by bringing forth vegetation, seed-bearing plants, and trees yielding fruit according to their kind. Life was not accidental, but intentional, carrying within itself the design of multiplication. Thus, the kingdom of heaven was shown to be fruitful, ordered, and generous. The sun was appointed to govern the day, and the moon the night. Stars were placed as signs and markers of seasons. They did not rule independently, but served the order set by God. In this, the kingdom of heaven was revealed as authority exercised without chaos, where power serves purpose and does not compete for dominion. Creatures filled the waters and the skies, each according to its kind, and God blessed them, saying they were to multiply and fill the earth. Life increased under blessing, not under force. Then humanity was formed in the image of God and entrusted with stewardship. Dominion was given, not for destruction, but for care. Humanity was commanded to cultivate and guard what was given, revealing that authority in the kingdom of heaven is responsibility before it is privilege. God provided food freely, without scarcity, and saw that all he had made was very good. He rested on the seventh day, sanctifying rest itself. This rest was not an absence of power, but a declaration that the kingdom of heaven is complete, lacking nothing. Rest became a sign of trust, showing that creation did not depend on endless labor, but on divine sufficiency. In the garden, God walked among humanity. There was no fear, no separation, no striving. Life flowed freely, sustained by obedience and trust. The kingdom of heaven was present as communion, where God and humanity dwelled together. But when trust was broken and obedience abandoned, separation entered. Shame followed disobedience, and fear replaced peace. Humanity hid from the presence it once enjoyed, and the harmony of the kingdom was fractured. Yet even in judgment, mercy was spoken. A promise was given that the fracture would not be final, and that what was lost would one day be restored. The kingdom of heaven was not abandoned, but awaited fulfillment. Throughout generations, God spoke through prophets and psalms, declaring that the righteous would dwell in his presence, that the humble would inherit the earth, and that steadfast love would endure forever. The Psalms proclaimed that the Lord reigns, clothed in majesty, and that his throne is established from of old. They declared that the earth is the Lord's, and everything in it, and that those with clean hands and pure hearts would ascend his holy hill. These words echoed the original design of the kingdom, pointing toward restoration rather than abandonment. When the time was fulfilled, the kingdom of heaven drew near. The Word became flesh and dwelled among humanity. Light entered the world again, and darkness did not overcome it. The kingdom that was present at creation was now revealed in teaching, healing, mercy, and truth. The poor heard good news, the broken were restored, and sinners were welcomed. The kingdom of heaven was no longer only spoken of, but seen and lived. Jesus taught that the kingdom belongs to the humble, that it is inherited by the meek, and that it is entered through repentance and faith. He spoke of seed sown in good soil, of treasure hidden in a field, and of a pearl worth selling all to obtain. These teachings revealed that the kingdom is both gift and calling, freely given yet deeply costly. Thus, from the beginning of creation to the proclamation of the gospel, the kingdom of heaven has remained the same in heart and purpose. It is the reign of God over all things, expressed through truth, mercy, obedience, and life. What was fractured by disobedience is restored through faithfulness. What was lost in the garden is reclaimed through the reign of the Son. The kingdom of heaven stands unshaken, from the first light spoken into darkness to the everlasting dwelling of God with his people. After trust was broken and the garden was lost, the earth did not return to silence. Though humanity was driven east of Eden and the ground was marked by toil, the voice of God did not cease. Judgment had entered the world, yet mercy walked beside it. The kingdom of heaven, though no longer enjoyed in fullness, was not withdrawn. It continued as promise, as hope spoken into exile, as light carried forward through generations. The ground was cursed because of disobedience, and labor became heavy. Thorns and thistles grew where ease once remained. Humanity knew pain, separation, and death. Yet even then, God clothed the fallen with care, covering shame rather than exposing it. This act revealed that the kingdom of heaven, though righteous, is also compassionate. Justice did not erase mercy, and discipline did not cancel care. A word was spoken in the midst of judgment, a promise that the offspring of the woman would one day crush the power of deception. This was the first declaration that the fracture would not endure forever. The kingdom of heaven would be restored, not by human effort, but by divine intervention. From this moment, history moved forward under promise, and hope was carried like a seed through time. Generations rose and fell, and the earth filled with both violence and faith. Some walked away from God, while others called upon his name. Abel's offering was received, not because of abundance, but because of faith. His blood cried out from the ground, revealing that injustice does not go unnoticed in the kingdom of heaven. Cain's anger led to destruction, and exile followed him as it had his parents. Yet even then, God marked him with protection, showing that restraint and mercy still operated within divine rule. As the earth grew corrupt, God grieved the violence that filled it. Yet he preserved righteousness through one who walked with him. Noah found favor, not through perfection, but through obedience. God instructed him to build, and Noah trusted the word spoken. The flood came, washing away corruption, yet preserving life through covenant. When the waters receded, God set a sign in the heavens, promising that destruction would not have the final word. The rainbow stood as a witness that the kingdom of heaven governs with faithfulness and restraint. From Noah came nations, and from nations came both pride and promise. Humanity sought to build its own name, reaching toward heaven by its own strength. God scattered their language, not to destroy humanity, but to limit pride and preserve purpose. The kingdom of heaven cannot be built by human ambition, for it is received, not seized. God then called one man from among the nations, Abram, and spoke a promise that through him all families of the earth would be blessed. Abram believed, and it was counted as righteousness. This revealed that the kingdom of heaven is entered through faith, not lineage or achievement. God promised land, descendants, and blessing, yet the promise unfolded slowly, teaching patience and trust. Abram's journey was marked by weakness and faith alike. He failed, yet returned. He questioned, yet obeyed. God established a covenant, sealing it not by Abram's strength, but by divine commitment alone. This covenant revealed that the kingdom of heaven rests on God's faithfulness rather than human consistency. From Abraham came a people, carried through trial and deliverance. They were enslaved, yet not forgotten. God heard their cries and delivered them with power and mercy. He led them through the sea and into the wilderness, teaching them dependence. Bread came from heaven, water from rock, and guidance through cloud and fire. The kingdom of heaven was revealed not as abundance without struggle, but as provision within hardship. God gave the law not as a burden, but as instruction for life. The law revealed holiness, justice, and compassion, yet the people struggled to keep it, revealing that the heart required transformation, not instruction alone. Still, God remained patient, dwelling among them, forgiving, restoring, and leading. The Psalms later declared that the Lord is merciful and gracious, slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love. They proclaimed that though humanity is like grass, the steadfast love of the Lord endures forever. Kings rose and fell, yet the promise remained that a righteous king would reign with justice and peace. Prophets spoke of a coming kingdom where swords would be beaten into plowshares, where the meek would inherit the earth, and where righteousness would dwell. They spoke of a shepherd who would gather the scattered, and of a servant who would bear sorrow and bring healing. These words carried the hope of the kingdom forward, anchoring faith through generations of waiting. Thus, after the fall, the kingdom of heaven continued not as possession, but as promise. It lived in covenant, in mercy, in faith, and in expectation. Though humanity wandered far, the reign of God never withdrew. What was lost in the garden was being prepared for restoration, and the promise spoken in the beginning moved steadily toward fulfillment. As generations unfolded, the kingdom of heaven continued to speak through instruction, song, and prophecy. God did not remain silent while humanity struggled to understand his ways. He taught through the law, revealing righteousness and justice. He sang through the Psalms, shaping the heart of worship and trust. He warned and promised through the prophets, declaring both correction and hope. Together, these voices carried the unfolding revelation of the kingdom, preparing the way for what was to come. The law was given not to imprison, but to reveal. It showed what love for God and love for neighbor looked like when lived out in daily life. Commandments were not spoken to restrict life, but to protect it. They taught reverence, honesty, faithfulness, and compassion. The law revealed that the kingdom of heaven is holy, ordered, and just. Yet it also revealed humanity's weakness, for though the law was good, the heart struggled to obey it fully. This tension revealed the need for something deeper than instruction, a transformed heart. Alongside the law, God gave songs to his people. The Psalms became the language of the soul, expressing joy, sorrow, fear, repentance, and hope. They declared that the Lord reigns, that his throne is established in righteousness, and that his mercy endures forever. The Psalms taught that the kingdom of heaven is not distant from human pain, but attentive to it. They spoke of a shepherd who leads beside quiet waters, of refuge in times of trouble, and of forgiveness that restores the soul. The Psalms also gave voice to longing. They asked why the righteous suffer and why the wicked prosper. They cried out for justice, for deliverance, and for the presence of God to be made known again. In these cries, the kingdom of heaven was revealed as a future hope, as well as a present trust. The faithful waited, knowing that God hears, that he remembers, and that he will act in his time. Through the prophets, God spoke more plainly of what was coming. He confronted injustice, warning that the kingdom of heaven cannot coexist with oppression and deceit. He declared that sacrifices offered without mercy were empty, and that worship without obedience was rejected. The prophets revealed that the kingdom is concerned not only with ritual, but with righteousness lived out in society. Justice for the poor, care for the vulnerable, and faithfulness in the heart. Yet the prophets did not speak judgment alone. They also spoke hope. They declared that God would gather the scattered, heal the broken-hearted, and establish peace that would not be shaken. They spoke of a coming king from the line of David, whose reign would be marked by justice, wisdom, and compassion. They foretold a servant who would bear the weight of suffering, not for his own wrongdoing, but to restore many. Through these words, the kingdom of heaven was revealed as redemptive, willing to enter human pain in order to heal it. The prophets spoke of a new covenant, one not written on stone, but on the heart. They declared that God would give a new spirit, remove hearts of stone, and replace them with hearts of flesh. This promise revealed that the kingdom of heaven would not be sustained by law alone, but by transformation from within. Obedience would flow from love, and righteousness would be written into the inner life. They also spoke of a future where nations would come to the light of God, where swords would be turned into tools for cultivation, and where peace would cover the earth as waters cover the sea. The kingdom of heaven was shown to be global, inclusive, and restorative. It would gather people from every nation, not by conquest, but by truth and mercy. Thus, through the law, the Psalms, and the prophets, the kingdom of heaven was continually revealed and clarified. The law showed its holiness, the Psalms revealed its heart, and the prophets announced its coming fulfillment. Together, they prepared the world for the moment when the kingdom would no longer be spoken only through words, but embodied in life. What was promised through instruction, sung through worship, and proclaimed through prophecy was moving steadily toward revelation, awaiting the appointed time when the kingdom of heaven would draw near in fullness. As the appointed time approached, the silence between promise and fulfillment grew heavy with expectation. Generations had waited, holding the words of the law, the songs of the Psalms, and the visions of the prophets. The kingdom of heaven had been spoken of, longed for, and anticipated, yet it had not appeared in fullness. Then in the wilderness a voice arose, calling the people to prepare. This voice did not speak from palaces or temples, but from the margins, reminding all that the kingdom of heaven does not arrive through comfort or power, but through repentance and readiness of heart. The voice called for turning back, for straightening what had become crooked, and for leveling what pride had raised too high. It spoke of cleansing, not merely of the body, but of the inner life. Those who heard were stirred, for the words carried the weight of ancient promise. The wilderness became a place of renewal, echoing earlier journeys where dependence had been learned and obedience tested. In this call, the kingdom of heaven was shown to begin with humility, not entitlement. Crowds came, confessing wrongdoing and seeking restoration. The voice warned against reliance on ancestry or outward identity, saying that belonging to the kingdom is not inherited through blood alone, but revealed through fruit that comes from repentance. Justice, mercy, and faithfulness were named as evidence of a changed heart. In this, the kingdom of heaven was revealed as ethical and relational, concerned with how life is lived, not merely what is believed. The Psalms had spoken of preparing the way of the Lord, of lifting up gates and opening ancient doors. Now those words found living echo. The prophets had declared that a messenger would come before the day of the Lord, and now that messenger stood in the wilderness. The kingdom was no longer distant, it was drawing near. Expectation became urgency, and waiting turned toward readiness. Then the one promised came forward. He did not arrive with spectacle, but with obedience. He stepped into the waters among those seeking renewal, identifying with humanity rather than separating himself from it. As he emerged, the heavens were opened, and the Spirit descended. A voice declared pleasure and affirmation. In this moment, the kingdom of heaven was revealed not only as future reign, but as present authority resting upon the one chosen. Immediately, testing followed affirmation. He was led into the wilderness, facing hunger, temptation, and challenge. The offers presented sought to redirect authority toward self-serving power, public display, and domination. Each offer was refused, not with force, but with faithfulness to what had been spoken before. By this, the kingdom of heaven was shown to be established through obedience to God, rather than submission to desire or fear. When he returned from the wilderness, his message was clear and consistent with all that had been spoken before. The time had come, and the kingdom of heaven was at hand. He called for repentance and belief, not as abstract ideas, but as lived response. The message echoed the law's call to obedience, the Psalms' call to trust, and the prophet's call to justice, now united in a single proclamation. He began to call others, not from centers of influence, but from ordinary labor. Those who were called left what they were doing and followed. This calling revealed that the kingdom of heaven advances through invitation rather than coercion, and that participation requires release of former priorities. Those who responded did not yet understand fully, yet they trusted the call. Faith preceded understanding. As he taught, he spoke not as one repeating tradition, but as one carrying authority. He spoke of the kingdom as blessing for the humble, inheritance for the meek, and comfort for those who mourn. He spoke of righteousness that exceeds external obedience, reaching into intention and desire. He spoke of mercy, purity of heart, and peacemaking as marks of belonging. In these teachings, the kingdom of heaven was revealed as inwardly transforming and outwardly visible through action. Healing followed teaching. those burdened by sickness, isolation, and despair were restored. These acts were not displays of dominance, but signs that the kingdom had arrived with power to restore what was broken. The blind saw, the lame walked, and the outcast were welcomed. Each act testified that the reign of God confronts the effects of the fall and brings renewal. Thus, the kingdom of heaven drew near, not suddenly, but faithfully, fulfilling what had been spoken across generations. The voice in the wilderness prepared the way. Obedience confirmed the authority, and teaching and healing revealed the nature of the reign. What had been promised through law, psalm, and prophecy was now unfolding in life, inviting all who heard to repent, believe, and enter into the reign of God that had come near. As the message of the kingdom of heaven spread, many gathered to hear and to see. Some came with hunger for truth, others with curiosity, and some with resistance hidden in their hearts. He taught them in parables, not to obscure the kingdom, but to reveal it to those willing to receive. The parable became a mirror, showing the condition of the listener. Those with open hearts found understanding, while those closed within themselves heard only stories. In this way, the kingdom of heaven honored freedom of response. He spoke of seed scattered upon different kinds of soil. Some fell on hardened ground and did not take root. Some sprang up quickly, but withered under trial. Some were choked by cares and desire. But some fell on good soil and produced a harvest beyond measure. This teaching revealed that the kingdom of heaven is not limited by the power of the seed, but by the readiness of the heart. Growth depended not on hearing alone, but on receiving, enduring, and bearing fruit. He spoke of a lamp not meant to be hidden, but placed where it gives light. Truth received is meant to illuminate life, not remain concealed. He said that what is given grows when shared, and what is neglected diminishes. In this, the kingdom of heaven was revealed as dynamic, expanding through faithful response. He spoke of a growing seed that sprouts and matures while the sower sleeps, teaching that the kingdom advances by God's power rather than human control. Growth occurs in its appointed time, unseen yet certain. He spoke of a mustard seed, the smallest of seeds, growing into shelter for many. By this he revealed that the kingdom of heaven begins humbly, yet becomes a place of refuge. He taught of leaven hidden in dough, working quietly until the whole was transformed. The kingdom does not announce itself loudly, yet it changes everything it touches. He spoke of treasure hidden in a field, and of a pearl of great value. Those who recognize the worth of the kingdom release everything else to obtain it. By this he revealed that the kingdom of heaven is both gift and cost, freely offered yet requiring wholehearted response. Alongside teaching came acts of mercy. He crossed boundaries that others avoided, entering places of isolation and need. Those afflicted by illness were restored, and those burdened by guilt were forgiven. He touched those considered unclean, restoring dignity as well as health. Each act declared that the kingdom of heaven restores what is broken, not only in body, but in identity and belonging. When questioned about authority, he pointed to the works themselves. Restoration bore witness to divine reign. Forgiveness revealed authority greater than ritual, and mercy revealed the heart of God. He taught that the kingdom of heaven is not opposed to the law, but fulfills its deepest intent: love of God and love of neighbor. Opposition grew as truth confronted pride. Some accused, others doubted, and some hardened their hearts. Yet he continued to teach patiently, knowing that understanding unfolds over time. He warned that resistance to truth blinds the heart, and that refusal to receive mercy leads to separation. Still, the invitation remained open. He withdrew at times to pray, showing that authority flows from communion with God. In this, the kingdom of heaven was revealed as sustained by dependence, not self-sufficiency. Teaching, power, mercy, and prayer formed a single testimony. The reign of God had arrived, not to dominate, but to restore. Thus, through parable and power, mercy and patience, the kingdom of heaven was made known. It invited response, required endurance, and promised transformation. Those who received it found life. Those who resisted revealed their hearts, and the kingdom continued its quiet, unstoppable advance. As his teaching continued, the kingdom of heaven was revealed not only through words and signs, but through authority that reached into the deepest places of the human heart. Those who listened began to understand that the reign of God was not merely concerned with outward conduct, but with inner transformation. He spoke of forgiveness not as an option, but as a necessity for life within the kingdom. Just as mercy was received freely, so mercy was to be extended without measure. In this, the kingdom of heaven was shown to be relational, sustained by grace rather than resentment. When a man burdened by paralysis was brought before him, he spoke words of forgiveness before healing the body. This order revealed that restoration of the soul is central to the kingdom. Those who questioned his authority to forgive were confronted with a deeper truth. The kingdom of heaven carries authority over sin, shame, and separation. Healing followed forgiveness, showing that the power to restore life flows from reconciliation with God. He taught that prayer is not meant to impress, but to connect. He spoke of addressing God with trust, acknowledging holiness, longing for the coming of the kingdom, and seeking daily provision. He taught that forgiveness received must shape forgiveness given, and that dependence upon God releases the heart from anxiety. Through prayer, the kingdom of heaven was shown to be sustained by relationship rather than ritual. He warned against storing up treasure that fades, urging instead a focus on what endures. He said that where treasure rests, the heart follows. The kingdom of heaven does not compete for allegiance. It reveals what already holds the heart. He taught that the eye directs the whole life, and that clarity of devotion brings light. Divided loyalty, he said, leads to unrest, for no one can serve two masters. Anxiety was addressed not with condemnation, but with trust. He pointed to creation itself as witness to divine care. Birds were fed without storing, and flowers were clothed without labor. In these examples, the kingdom of heaven was revealed as a realm of provision and trust, where fear is replaced by confidence in God's faithfulness. He taught that seeking the kingdom first aligns all other needs under divine care. He spoke against judgment rooted in pride, warning that those who condemn without humility reveal blindness. Correction, he taught, must begin with self-examination. Discernment requires mercy, and truth must be spoken with love. In this, the kingdom of heaven was revealed as a place where righteousness is joined with compassion, and justice is guided by humility. He encouraged persistence in seeking what is good, promising that those who ask receive, those who seek find, and those who knock are welcomed. He summarized the way of the kingdom in a simple principle: treating others with the same care one desires. This teaching fulfilled the law and the prophets, revealing that love stands at the center of divine reign. He warned of paths that appear easy but lead to loss, and urged entry through the narrow way that leads to life. He cautioned against false voices that appear harmless but bear destructive fruit. By this, he taught that discernment is essential, and that truth is revealed over time through what a life produces. The kingdom of heaven, he said, is known by its fruit. He concluded by speaking of foundations. Those who hear and act build upon rock, while those who hear and do not act build upon sand. When storms come, the difference is revealed. Obedience sustains what belief begins. In this teaching, the kingdom of heaven was shown to be a lived reality, not a spoken claim. Thus, through forgiveness, prayer, trust, discernment, and obedience, the kingdom of heaven was revealed as a reign that transforms the heart and shapes the whole of life. It is a kingdom entered by grace, sustained by faithfulness, and revealed through lives grounded in truth. As the work of the kingdom continued, its nature became clearer through the people who encountered it. The reign of God was not revealed first to the powerful, but to those who approached with need, faith, and humility. Those considered distant were often the first to recognize what was near, while those confident in their own standing struggled to see. In this unfolding, the kingdom of heaven revealed its preference for faith over status and trust over entitlement. A centurion came, speaking not for himself alone, but for one under his care. He recognized authority not by outward display, but by understanding. He spoke of command and obedience, of words that move without physical presence. He did not demand a sign, nor request proximity. He believed that a word spoken was sufficient. This faith caused astonishment, revealing that trust rooted in humility surpasses confidence rooted in position. The kingdom of heaven was shown to respond to faith that understands authority rightly. In another place, compassion met grief. A funeral procession passed, and a mother mourned the loss of her only son. Without request or appeal, mercy intervened. Life was restored, and sorrow was turned into astonishment. This act revealed that the kingdom of heaven is attentive to human suffering, even when no voice cries out. Mercy moves before explanation, and compassion acts without condition. Questions arose among those who waited. Some wondered whether the promised reign had truly arrived. The response given was not argument, but evidence. The blind received sight, the lame walked, the broken were restored, and good news was proclaimed to the poor. These signs echoed ancient prophecy, confirming that the kingdom of heaven is recognized by restoration, not by spectacle alone. He spoke of a generation uncertain in response, likening them to children unwilling to rejoice or to mourn. Wisdom, he said, is justified by her deeds. The kingdom does not conform to expectation, yet it fulfills purpose. Those who judge by appearance miss what is unfolding before them, while those who listen with faith discern what is true. Cities that witnessed many works yet did not repent were warned. Privilege without response was shown to carry consequence. Yet even in warning, compassion remained. He spoke of rest for the weary, inviting those burdened by labor and expectation to receive relief. He revealed that his way is gentle and his burden light, not because it lacks demand, but because it aligns the soul with its intended purpose. The kingdom of heaven was shown to restore rather than exhaust. A woman known for her broken past entered a place of honor and poured out devotion. Her actions were judged by some, Yet her faith was known. She loved much because she had been forgiven much. Her tears became testimony, and her humility revealed understanding. In this encounter, the kingdom of heaven was shown to welcome repentance expressed through love, not repel it through memory of failure. He taught that forgiveness releases the soul, and that mercy received transforms devotion. Those who measure righteousness by comparison were shown their blindness, while those who recognized their need were lifted. The kingdom of heaven overturned expectation, revealing that humility opens the door where pride closes it. Through these encounters, the nature of the kingdom became unmistakable. It is a reign where faith is honored, mercy moves freely, and trust is rewarded. It is revealed not through control, but through compassion, not through status, but through humility. Those who approach with open hearts find restoration, and those who trust the word spoken discover that the kingdom of heaven has indeed drawn near. As the kingdom of heaven continued to unfold, its reality was made visible not only through teaching, but through actions that revealed its power and purpose. Wherever he went, the presence of the kingdom confronted disorder, fear, and division, restoring what had been broken and revealing authority rooted in compassion rather than force. The reign of God did not advance by domination, but by service that brought life where despair had taken hold. He crossed boundaries others feared, entering places considered unclean and unwelcome. Those afflicted by illness, isolation, and rejection found themselves seen and restored. When he touched those marked by impurity, he was not defiled. Instead, wholeness flowed outward. This revealed that the kingdom of heaven is not threatened by brokenness, but overcomes it. Power flowed not to protect holiness from contamination, but to restore those who had been excluded. As crowds pressed in, seeking relief, he responded without weariness. Healing followed faith, yet compassion often moved before it. Some were restored because they believed, others because mercy intervened. In each case, the kingdom was revealed as attentive to both faith and need. Authority was exercised not to elevate status, but to restore dignity. When he entered a boat and crossed the waters, a storm arose, and fear seized those with him. Winds raged, and waves threatened to overwhelm. Yet with a word, the storm was silenced. Calm followed chaos, and fear gave way to awe. This act revealed that the kingdom of heaven holds authority over creation itself. The same word that spoke light into darkness at the beginning now spoke peace into the storm. Those who witnessed it asked who he was, for even the wind and sea obeyed. The answer lay in the kingdom made present. On the far shore, he encountered one bound by forces beyond human control. This man lived among the dead, isolated and tormented. Chains could not restrain him, and fear surrounded him. Yet when confronted by the authority of the kingdom, what bound him was broken. Restoration followed release, and the one who had been feared now sat clothed and in his right mind. The kingdom of heaven was revealed as power that restores identity, not merely restrains behavior. Some pleaded for distance, uncomfortable with the disruption the kingdom brought. Others were drawn closer, witnessing transformation. This division revealed that the presence of the kingdom confronts hearts as much as circumstances. Those who value order without compassion resist its intrusion, while those longing for restoration welcome it. As he returned, crowds gathered again, and two needs met him at once. A leader pleaded for his child, and along the way, a woman, long afflicted, reached out in faith. She did not speak aloud, but trusted that contact would be enough. Her faith was honored, and healing followed. He acknowledged her openly, not to expose her, but to restore her publicly. The kingdom of heaven does not merely heal in secret, it restores dignity before others. News came that the child had died, and hope seemed lost. Yet he continued, speaking words of assurance. Entering the place of mourning, he spoke life, and the child was restored. In this act, the kingdom of heaven was revealed as authority over death itself. What seemed final was shown to be temporary in the presence of divine power. He instructed those healed to act with wisdom, not seeking attention, but allowing restoration to speak for itself. This restraint revealed that the kingdom does not seek spectacle, but transformation. Power was exercised with humility, and authority was joined to care. As he sent others out, he entrusted them with authority to heal and to proclaim the kingdom. They were given neither excess nor security, teaching them dependence. The kingdom advances not through accumulation, but through trust. They were to give freely what they had received freely, revealing that the reign of God is sustained by generosity rather than control. Opposition continued to grow, and misunderstanding followed. Some accused, others doubted, yet he remained steadfast. Compassion did not diminish in the face of resistance, nor did authority waver. He withdrew at times to pray, showing that communion with God sustained the work. In prayer, the kingdom was anchored, and from prayer, action flowed. Thus, the kingdom of heaven was made visible through compassion that restores, authority that calms, and power that brings life from death. It was revealed not as distant rule, but as present reign, confronting fear, healing division, and inviting trust. Wherever the kingdom was encountered, nothing remained unchanged. For the presence of God brings restoration to all who receive it. As the kingdom of heaven continued to be revealed in word and deed, opposition arose alongside belief. The presence of divine authority unsettled those whose power rested on control and tradition rather than truth. Questions multiplied, accusations followed, and motives were tested. Yet the kingdom did not retreat in the face of resistance. Instead, it was clarified, refined, and revealed more fully through truth, spoken without fear. Those who observed closely questioned the source of authority. They asked by what power such works were done, and from where such teaching came. The response was not defensive, but discerning. Truth was spoken plainly, revealing that opposition often masks unwillingness to change. The kingdom of heaven does not bend to preserve comfort, nor does it silence truth to avoid conflict. It stands firm, exposing what resists it. He spoke of division that truth brings, not because truth seeks separation, but because hearts respond differently. Light reveals what is hidden, and some turn away while others draw near. The kingdom of heaven was shown to confront the inner life, revealing intention and desire. Those who welcomed truth found freedom, while those who rejected it hardened themselves further. Parables continued to unfold meaning. He spoke of tenants entrusted with care, who refused accountability, rejecting those sent to them. This revealed that stewardship within the kingdom carries responsibility, and rejection of truth leads to loss. Authority is not seized by those who reject accountability, but entrusted to those who bear fruit. The kingdom of heaven was shown to be patient, yet not permissive of injustice. He spoke of a cornerstone rejected, which became central. What was dismissed by human judgment was established by divine purpose. The kingdom advances not by consensus, but by truth that stands regardless of response. Those who stumble over it reveal resistance, while those who build upon it find stability. Questions were posed to trap and divide, yet wisdom answered without compromise. Matters of allegiance, loyalty, and devotion were addressed. He taught that obligation to God does not cancel responsibility within the world, yet devotion to the world must never replace allegiance to God. The kingdom of heaven was shown to order all other commitments rightly. He warned against appearances of righteousness that conceal injustice. Those who honored God with words while neglecting mercy were exposed. The kingdom does not value public devotion without private integrity. Compassion for the vulnerable, justice for the oppressed, and humility before God were named as true measures of faithfulness. Lament was spoken over those who resisted correction, not with anger, but with sorrow. Truth was spoken. The kingdom of heaven desires restoration, not destruction. Yet refusal to receive truth carries consequence. Opportunity once rejected does not remain indefinitely, and accountability follows resistance. He spoke of watchfulness and readiness, urging attentiveness to what is unfolding. The kingdom is not entered through prediction, but through faithful living. Those distracted by excess or weighed down by fear lose clarity. The kingdom calls for alert hearts, grounded in trust and obedience. In all these moments, opposition did not weaken the kingdom. It revealed it more clearly. Truth spoken under pressure carries weight, and authority exercised with humility stands firm. The kingdom of heaven was shown to endure testing, confront resistance, and remain faithful to its purpose. Thus, through opposition and truth, the kingdom was refined. Those who listened with open hearts were strengthened, and those who resisted revealed their distance. The reign of God continued, unshaken by challenge, revealing that truth does not depend on acceptance to remain true. As the journey continued, the understanding of the kingdom of heaven was reshaped again and again, correcting human expectation and revealing divine purpose. Many still imagined the kingdom as elevation, position, and visible triumph. Yet what was taught and lived revealed a reign unlike the kingdoms of the world. Greatness was not measured by authority over others, but by willingness to serve. Power was not expressed through control, but through surrender. In this redefining, the heart of the kingdom was laid bare. Those who followed argued among themselves about rank and importance. They measured greatness by proximity and recognition, by who would sit nearest and who would be seen. Their questions revealed how deeply human ambition resists transformation. In response, a child was placed among them. The smallest, the least powerful, became the example. It was taught that unless one becomes like a child, the kingdom of heaven remains closed. Dependence, trust, and humility were named as the doorway. The kingdom does not open to those who demand, but to those who receive. He taught that whoever wishes to be first must become last, and whoever desires leadership must become servant of all. This teaching reversed every structure of power familiar to human systems. Authority in the kingdom flows downward, not upward. Leadership is revealed in care, not command. Those who seek honor lose it, and those who give themselves freely find it returned. He warned against causing others to stumble, especially the vulnerable. Accountability was spoken with seriousness, revealing that influence carries responsibility. The kingdom of heaven does not tolerate exploitation disguised as authority. Faithfulness is measured by how the least are treated, not by how loudly devotion is proclaimed. Integrity was shown to matter more than position. When questions of wealth arose, the kingdom was clarified further. Possessions were revealed as potential barriers, not because they are evil, but because they bind the heart. Attachment to abundance can prevent surrender. It was taught that what seems impossible by human strength becomes possible with God. The kingdom is not entered by achievement, but by release. Those who let go find abundance of a different kind, life that endures. Promises were given to those who leave behind what binds them for the sake of the kingdom. What is surrendered is not lost. Loss becomes gain, not always in the present age, but certainly in the age to come. Yet reward was not spoken as entitlement. The first and the last were shown to be equal before grace. Comparison was dismantled, and gratitude was encouraged. A request was made for prominence, for seats of honor. The response did not condemn the desire, but redirected it. The path to glory was revealed as suffering willingly embraced, not avoided. The cup of obedience was not offered lightly, nor was it imposed. The kingdom advances through voluntary faithfulness, not compelled sacrifice. He spoke of nations whose rulers dominate and exercise authority for their own sake. Then he contrasted this with the way of the kingdom. Among those who belong to the reign of God, leadership serves. Authority gives life. The Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many. In this statement, the center of the kingdom was revealed. Sacrifice stands at its heart. As this teaching was lived, not merely spoken, understanding deepened. Healing continued. Sight was restored to those long blind, and their response was faith. They followed, not because they were commanded, but because they had been restored. The kingdom was shown to inspire loyalty through gratitude, not obligation. A city was approached with expectation and celebration. Crowds rejoiced, proclaiming the coming of the kingdom. Yet beneath the praise, misunderstanding remained. The rain being welcomed was not the rain being given. Tears followed rejoicing, for rejection lay ahead. The kingdom does not always arrive as it is expected, and misunderstanding often precedes acceptance. In the place of worship, zeal confronted corruption. The kingdom revealed its concern for justice and purity of purpose. Exploitation was confronted, and prayer was restored to its proper place. Children responded with praise, recognizing what others resisted. The kingdom was revealed again through the simple and the sincere. Questions returned, challenges sharpened, yet teaching continued. The kingdom of heaven was shown to be rooted in service, defined by sacrifice, and revealed through humility. Greatness was stripped of pride and clothed with love. Authority was purified through obedience, and leadership was transformed into self-giving care. Thus, the kingdom was redefined, not by words alone, but by life lived in full alignment with divine purpose. Those who understood found themselves changed. Those who resisted revealed their hearts. And the kingdom of heaven continued its advance, carried forward by service, sealed through sacrifice, and crowned with a greatness the world could not recognize. As the days moved forward, the kingdom of heaven entered a season of quiet tension. Much had been spoken, much had been shown, yet understanding remained partial. The kingdom was present, yet not fully recognized. It was working beneath the surface, hidden like seed beneath soil, waiting for the appointed moment. This hiddenness did not signal weakness, but purpose. What God establishes unfolds in its time, not according to human urgency. He spoke again of watchfulness, of servants entrusted with responsibility while the master was away. Each was given work, not speculation. Faithfulness was shown to be lived in ordinary obedience, not dramatic anticipation. The kingdom does not advance through anxious prediction, but through steady devotion. Those who remain awake in faith are not consumed by fear, but grounded in trust. He warned that hearts weighed down by excess, distraction, or worry become dull. The kingdom requires clarity of heart. Where attention is scattered, discernment weakens. He urged prayer, not as ritual, but as alignment, so that strength would be given to endure what lies ahead. The kingdom of heaven was shown to sustain its people through attentiveness rather than escape. He spoke of division that truth brings, not as its goal, but as its effect. Allegiance to the kingdom exposes misplaced loyalties. Even families would feel strain, not because love is rejected, but because truth challenges comfort. Yet he assured that no devotion given to God is overlooked, and that what is lost for the sake of truth is preserved in a deeper way. As the time approached, tension increased, opposition intensified, plots formed, and misunderstanding hardened. Yet teaching continued, now with greater clarity and urgency. He spoke of the end of an age, of accountability, and of readiness. The kingdom was shown to be certain, though its timing remained hidden. Assurance replaced speculation, and faithfulness was emphasized over foresight. He spoke of a vineyard again, of tenants who rejected responsibility and killed those sent to them. The meaning was unmistakable. Rejection of truth leads to separation. Yet the vineyard itself was not destroyed. The kingdom continues even when stewards fail. God's purpose is not undone by resistance, but fulfilled through it. He spoke of a feast prepared and invitations refused. Those first invited made excuses, prioritizing possession and comfort. The invitation then went out to the poor, the overlooked, and the distant. The kingdom of heaven was revealed again as generous, widening its reach when rejected by those who presumed ownership. Yet readiness remained essential. Invitation alone did not guarantee entry. Response mattered. He spoke of judgment, not with delight, but with sorrow. Accountability was framed not as vengeance, but as consequence. Mercy had been offered repeatedly, yet refusal carried weight. The kingdom is patient, but it is not indifferent to injustice or rejection. Truth, once rejected, leaves no neutral ground. As he spoke these things, sorrow mingled with resolve. Love remained, even as opposition closed in. He wept over the city that resisted peace, knowing what rejection would cost. The kingdom of heaven desires reconciliation, not destruction. Yet freedom to choose remains honored. In quiet moments, preparation continued. He gathered those closest and spoke plainly. He spoke of betrayal, of suffering, and of fulfillment. Though they struggled to understand, the words were given. The kingdom was moving toward revelation, not through triumph, but through surrender. A meal was shared, ordinary in appearance yet profound in meaning. Bread was broken, and a cup was shared. What had been taught through parable was now embodied. The kingdom of heaven was being sealed through covenant, not written in stone, but carried in life given. Forgiveness, promised long ago, was now being poured out. He spoke of love as command and legacy. He spoke of unity, of endurance, and of peace not rooted in circumstance. The kingdom was being entrusted to those who would carry it forward, not by strength, but by faith. Fear was acknowledged, yet hope was given. As the night deepened, prayer replaced words. Submission replaced resistance. Trust was chosen over escape. The kingdom of heaven was being revealed not in power displayed, but in obedience embraced. What was hidden was about to be unveiled. What had been waited for across generations stood at the threshold of fulfillment. Thus, the kingdom moved from hidden to revealed, from promise to completion. It stood ready to be seen, not as humanity expected, but as God had intended. Through love that gives itself, truth that remains faithful, and life that overcomes death itself. As the hour approached, the kingdom of heaven was no longer taught only through words and signs, but through obedience lived to its fullest extent. What had been spoken through law, psalm, and prophecy now moved toward completion. The reign of God, long anticipated, would be revealed not through escape from suffering, but through faithfulness within it. The kingdom would be sealed not by force, but by love, carried through obedience. He went to a familiar place of prayer, carrying the weight of what was to come. Though authority belonged to him, he did not cling to it. Instead, he submitted fully to the will of God. The struggle was real, and sorrow pressed heavily, yet obedience remained unbroken. In this submission, the kingdom of heaven was revealed as trust perfected, where love chooses faithfulness even when the cost is great. Those who had walked with him struggled to remain alert. Weariness overcame vigilance, revealing human weakness in the face of divine purpose. Yet this weakness did not halt the kingdom. What humanity could not uphold through strength, God would fulfill through grace. The kingdom does not depend on human consistency, but on divine faithfulness. Betrayal came quietly, not with chaos, but with familiarity. One who had shared bread turned away, revealing that proximity does not guarantee allegiance. Still, resistance was not met with violence. The sword was refused, and healing was given even to those who came to arrest. In this moment, the kingdom of heaven was shown to advance without retaliation. Love restrained power, and mercy remained present even in betrayal. Accusations followed, false testimony was raised, and silence was chosen over defense. Truth did not argue for itself, for fulfillment did not require justification. Authority stood quietly, allowing injustice to expose itself. The kingdom was not threatened by falsehood, for truth does not need protection when God is its witness. Denial followed betrayal, not from malice, but from fear. Those who intended faithfulness faltered. Yet even this failure did not cancel restoration. The kingdom of heaven was shown to make room for repentance, not to discard those who stumble. Tears followed denial, revealing hearts still open to return. Condemnation was declared, though no guilt was found. Mockery replaced reverence, and a crown of thorns was placed upon the one who bore the true crown of authority. Irony revealed truth. The king was enthroned through suffering. The kingdom of heaven was being revealed in a way no human system could conceive. Power clothed in humility, authority expressed through endurance. As the cross was raised, suffering reached its depth. Words spoken were not of revenge, but of forgiveness. Care was extended even in pain. Darkness covered the land, echoing the weight of what was unfolding. Yet even in this moment, trust remained. The work entrusted was completed, not abandoned. When life was given, it was not taken unwillingly. Obedience reached fulfillment, and love held nothing back. The veil was torn, and separation gave way to access. What had been closed since the fall was opened again. The kingdom of heaven was sealed through sacrifice, and the way into divine presence was made clear. The body was laid in a borrowed tomb, and silence followed. To human sight, the kingdom appeared defeated. Hope seemed extinguished, and waiting returned. Yet this silence was not absence, but transition. What had been planted would rise. The kingdom of heaven, sealed through obedience and love, awaited revelation beyond death. Thus, the reign of God was confirmed not by conquest, but by faithfulness unto death. Obedience completed what instruction began. Love fulfilled what law required. The kingdom of heaven stood established forever, not shaken by suffering, but revealed through it. The silence of the tomb did not mark an ending, but a threshold. What had been entrusted to death was not abandoned to it. At the appointed time, the earth trembled, and the stone was rolled away. The grave that had received obedience could not contain life. What had been given freely was returned in power. The kingdom of heaven, sealed through sacrifice, was vindicated through resurrection. Those who came expecting to mourn found instead an empty place and a living promise. Fear and wonder mingled as the message was spoken. He was not there, for he had risen. Death had not claimed victory. The power that ruled creation from the beginning had overcome the grave. The resurrection revealed that the kingdom of heaven holds authority not only over life, but over death itself. He appeared not in splendor that overwhelms, but in presence that restores. Those who wept were met with recognition. Those who doubted were given assurance. Those who feared were given peace. The kingdom of heaven was revealed not as distant triumph, but as living reality, present among those who believed. Restoration followed loss, and joy followed sorrow. The risen life carried continuity and transformation together. He was recognized, yet changed. Wounds remained, not as signs of defeat, but as testimony of love. What had been suffered was not erased, but redeemed. The kingdom of heaven was shown to transform suffering into witness, and death into passage rather than end. He opened understanding, speaking of what had been written long before. Law, psalm, and prophet found fulfillment in what had occurred. What had been concealed was now revealed. Suffering was not failure, and resurrection was not surprise. The kingdom of heaven had unfolded exactly as spoken, though not as expected. Peace was spoken again, and fear loosened its grip. Breath was given as sign of new creation, echoing the beginning when life was first breathed into humanity. The kingdom of heaven was shown to be renewal, not replacement. Creation restored, not discarded. Life began again, transformed from within. Those who struggled to believe were not cast away. Doubt was met with patience, not rejection. Faith was invited, not forced. The kingdom of heaven honors honest seeking, and belief grows where truth is encountered. Blessedness was spoken over those who believe without seeing, revealing that trust extends beyond evidence into relationship. Instruction followed restoration. What had been revealed was to be carried forward. Witness was entrusted not to the powerful, but to the faithful. The message was simple, yet weighty. Life had overcome death. Forgiveness had been secured, and the kingdom of heaven was open. Authority was declared, not as threat, but as foundation for mission. He spoke of presence that would not depart, and of guidance that would remain. Though sight would give way to faith, companionship would continue. The kingdom of heaven does not abandon those it sends. What is entrusted is sustained by divine faithfulness. As he was lifted from sight, worship replaced fear. Waiting returned, not as uncertainty, but as expectation. The kingdom of heaven was no longer hidden, nor confined to one place. It was alive, advancing through hearts transformed by resurrection life. Thus, the kingdom was vindicated. What obedience had sealed, resurrection revealed. What love had given, life restored. Death was overcome, hope was renewed, and the reign of God stood confirmed forever. The kingdom of heaven now moved forward, not as distant promise, but as living reality, carried by those who had seen and believed. After the resurrection and ascension, the kingdom of heaven did not retreat into memory or remain confined to those who had seen. What had been revealed in life, sealed in sacrifice, and vindicated in resurrection was now to be extended. The reign of God moved from presence beside to presence within. What had been promised through the prophets was fulfilled as power given, not to dominate, but to bear witness. Those who waited were gathered together in obedience, not fully understanding what would come, yet trusting the word spoken. They were not instructed to act immediately, but to remain attentive. Waiting itself became an act of faith. The kingdom of heaven advanced not by haste, but by alignment with divine timing. When the appointed moment arrived, the Spirit was poured out. Sound filled the place where they were gathered, not with destruction, but with arrival. Fire rested upon each, not consuming, but empowering. What had once descended upon prophets and kings now rested upon many. The kingdom of heaven was revealed as shared life, not restricted privilege. Speech was given beyond natural ability, not to confuse, but to gather. Those from many nations heard truth in their own language. What had been divided at Babel was now drawn together. The kingdom of heaven reversed separation, not by erasing difference, but by uniting purpose. The message was clear. What God had begun, he was now making known to all. Some mocked, unable to discern what was unfolding. Others were pierced to the heart. Truth confronted resistance and awakened repentance. The message proclaimed was not new, but fulfilled. That Jesus, crucified and raised, is Lord. Authority was declared not through force, but through testimony grounded in life transformed. Repentance was met with forgiveness, and forgiveness with renewal. Baptism marked entry, not into a private belief, but into a shared life. The kingdom of heaven was revealed as community formed by grace. Teaching, fellowship, breaking of bread, and prayer became the rhythm of this new life. What had been taught in words was now lived in practice. Generosity replaced fear. Possessions were shared, not by command, but by compassion. Need was met, and joy followed. The kingdom of heaven was shown to reorder priorities, loosening attachment to what fades and strengthening commitment to what endures. Favor grew, not through coercion, but through witness lived openly. Opposition returned, as it had before. Authority was questioned, warnings were issued, and pressure increased. Yet courage replaced fear. Those once hidden spoke boldly. What had been given within now moved outward. The kingdom of heaven does not retreat under threat. It advances through faithfulness. Signs followed not as spectacle, but as confirmation. Healing and restoration continued, revealing that the reign of God had not ended with ascension. Mercy remained active, and power continued to restore. The name spoken carried authority, not because of repetition, but because of alignment with divine purpose. Discipline and discernment grew within the community. Truth was guarded, integrity upheld, and hypocrisy confronted. The kingdom of heaven was shown to be holy as well as gracious. Mercy did not cancel accountability, and love did not ignore truth. Growth was sustained through faithfulness. Witness spread beyond familiar boundaries. What began in one place moved outward, crossing cultural and social lines. The kingdom of heaven was revealed as expansive, not limited by geography or tradition. What had been entrusted to a few was now being carried by many. Thus, the kingdom was extended. What began with promise was fulfilled in life, sealed in sacrifice, vindicated in resurrection, and empowered through the Spirit. The reign of God continued, alive and advancing, carried by witnesses whose lives testified that the kingdom of heaven had truly come. As the kingdom of heaven continued to advance, it became clear that its growth would not follow predictable paths. Those who expected ease found resistance. Those who expected limitation found expansion. The reign of God moved forward through faith, tested by trial, and through vessels often overlooked. What mattered was not background or strength, but obedience to what had been revealed. The community that had formed grew steadily, yet with growth came challenge. Differences in background, custom, and expectation surfaced. Some questioned who truly belonged and how far the kingdom's reach extended. These questions did not halt the work, but refined understanding. The kingdom of heaven was shown to be guided not by preference, but by divine initiative. Persecution arose, scattering many from familiar places. What appeared to be disruption became expansion. Those who fled carried the message with them, speaking of the kingdom wherever they went. What was intended to silence became proclamation. The reign of God does not depend on stability of circumstance. It advances through faithfulness wherever it is carried. Among those opposing the kingdom was one zealous in resistance, confident in righteousness, defined by tradition. Yet even this opposition became the stage for transformation. On a road marked by certainty, light interrupted direction. What was pursued with conviction was confronted by truth. Blindness followed certainty, and dependence replaced confidence. In this reversal, the kingdom of heaven revealed its power to transform even its fiercest opponents. When sight was restored, purpose was clarified. What had been resisted was now proclaimed. The one who sought to destroy became one who built. This transformation revealed that the kingdom of heaven is not limited by past actions. Mercy rewrites direction, and calling is not cancelled by former resistance. Obedience follows encounter, and life is redirected. The message carried forward was not altered to suit audience, yet it crossed boundaries previously held firm. Those once excluded were welcomed. The Spirit fell where tradition had drawn lines. Faith was recognized before conformity. This revealed that the kingdom of heaven is entered through trust, not through adherence to custom alone. Debate arose among those seeking to preserve clarity. Questions were asked, and discernment was required. Rather than fracture, understanding deepened. It was recognized that God had acted decisively, and that resistance to this work would oppose divine purpose. The kingdom was shown to be governed by grace, not burdened by unnecessary weight. Communities formed across regions, united not by uniform practice, but by shared allegiance. Encouragement was given, and faith was strengthened. Teaching continued, grounding belief in truth and sustaining endurance. The kingdom of heaven grows through instruction as well as experience, anchoring enthusiasm with understanding. Trials did not cease. Imprisonment, hardship, and opposition followed those who carried the message. Yet joy remained. Suffering was not interpreted as abandonment, but as participation in a greater purpose. The kingdom of heaven was shown to be worth the cost of faithfulness. Endurance testified to hope beyond circumstance. Miracles continued, not as ends in themselves, but as signs that the reign of God remained active. Healing restored bodies and confirmed compassion. Deliverance freed those bound by fear. Each act pointed beyond itself to the presence of divine authority, working through willing vessels. Worship rose not from comfort, but from conviction. Songs were sung in confinement, prayers were offered under threat, and trust was displayed in uncertainty. The kingdom of heaven was revealed as resilient, sustained by faith that does not depend on ease. Thus, the reign of God advanced through faith, tested by trial, and through people transformed by mercy. Opposition became opportunity, scattering became growth, and resistance gave way to obedience. The kingdom of heaven continued its steady advance, carried by those willing to trust, endure, and follow wherever the truth led. As the kingdom of heaven continued its advance, time revealed what was genuine and what was shallow. Initial zeal matured into steady endurance, and enthusiasm was refined into faithfulness. The reign of God did not move forward through moments alone, but through lives shaped over time. What had been planted in conviction was now bearing fruit through perseverance, unity, and hope that did not fade under pressure. Those who carried the message traveled widely, moving through cities and regions marked by differing customs and beliefs. In each place, the same truth was proclaimed: forgiveness through repentance, life through faith, and belonging through grace. Some received the message with joy, others with resistance. Yet the response did not alter the message. The kingdom of heaven does not adapt its truth to secure acceptance. It remains faithful to what has been revealed. Endurance became a defining mark of those who belong to the kingdom. Hardship was not unexpected, nor was suffering interpreted as failure. Trials were understood as testing, refining trust, and strengthening resolve. Faith was no longer measured by ease, but by steadfastness. The kingdom of heaven was shown to produce perseverance, forming people who remained faithful regardless of outcome. Communities were strengthened through teaching and encouragement. Instruction grounded belief, ensuring that faith rested not on emotion, but on truth. Leaders were appointed not for status, but for character and wisdom. The kingdom revealed that authority is entrusted to those proven faithful, not those seeking prominence. Care for the community became a shared responsibility, reflecting the relational nature of the reign of God. Unity was guarded carefully. Differences in background and practice were acknowledged, yet they did not divide allegiance. What mattered most was shared devotion to truth and shared commitment to love. The kingdom of heaven was shown to unite without erasing distinction, forming a people bound together by purpose rather than uniformity. Disputes were addressed through dialogue and discernment, preserving fellowship and strengthening trust. Hope sustained those who labored without immediate reward. Many sowed without seeing harvest, trusting that growth belonged to God. This hope was not vague optimism, but confidence rooted in promise. The kingdom of heaven was understood as present and future, active now yet awaiting fulfillment. This perspective anchored faith, preventing despair in difficulty and pride in success. Letters were written to instruct, correct and encourage. They spoke of faith tested by fire, of love expressed through action, and of hope secured beyond present suffering. These words reminded the communities that the kingdom is not shaken by opposition, nor hindered by delay. What God has begun will be completed. The reign of heaven advances steadily, not hurried by impatience, nor halted by resistance. Suffering was reframed as participation rather than punishment. Those who endured were reminded that faithfulness joins them to a greater story. The kingdom of heaven was shown to give meaning to pain without glorifying it. Comfort was offered, not through denial of hardship, but through assurance of purpose and presence. Warnings were also given. Complacency and compromise threatened clarity. The kingdom requires vigilance, not fear, but attentiveness. Faithfulness must be guarded, for neglect weakens witness. Love must remain active, for indifference erodes unity. These warnings were spoken not to condemn, but to preserve what had been entrusted. Acts of mercy continued, reinforcing the message proclaimed. Care for the poor, the imprisoned, and the overlooked remained central. The kingdom of heaven was not reduced to belief alone, but expressed through compassion, lived out in practical ways. Faith without love was shown to be incomplete, and belief without action was exposed as empty. Joy persisted even in uncertainty. Songs were sung, prayers offered, and gratitude expressed. This joy did not deny suffering, but rose above it. The kingdom of heaven was revealed as a source of strength that circumstance could not diminish. Hope remained alive, because it was anchored beyond the present moment. Thus, the kingdom was confirmed. Endurance revealed sincerity. Unity reflected divine purpose, and hope sustained faith. What began as proclamation matured into lived reality. The reign of God continued its advance, not through spectacle, but through faithfulness sustained over time. Those who belonged remained steady, confident that what was promised would be fulfilled, and that the kingdom of heaven would stand unshaken forever. As the message of the kingdom of heaven spread and took root, understanding deepened that its reign was both present and still unfolding. What had been revealed in power, confirmed through endurance, and sustained by hope, now pointed forward. The kingdom was active, yet not complete. Its fullness awaited a time appointed by God, and this expectation shaped how life was lived in the present. Those who belonged to the kingdom were taught to live between promise and fulfillment. They were not to withdraw from the world, nor to conform to it, but to live faithfully within it. Their lives became signs of what was to come. Love, patience, self-control, and perseverance were cultivated not as ideals, but as evidence that the reign of God was already at work within them. The kingdom of heaven was shown to be known by transformation rather than escape. Teachings were given concerning the future, not to satisfy curiosity, but to anchor hope. The coming of the kingdom in fullness was described as certain, though its timing remained hidden. This uncertainty was intentional, preserving vigilance and faithfulness. Readiness was emphasized over prediction. The kingdom does not reward speculation, but obedience lived daily. Imagery was used to speak of renewal. Creation itself was said to await restoration, groaning under the weight of decay. This revealed that the kingdom of heaven is not limited to human redemption alone, but encompasses all that has been affected by the fall. What was broken at the beginning would be healed in the end. Renewal would be comprehensive, touching both earth and heaven. Those who suffered were reminded that present hardship is temporary. Affliction was not compared to the glory to come. This perspective did not diminish pain, but placed it within a larger story. The kingdom of heaven was shown to hold future joy that outweighs present sorrow. Hope did not erase suffering, but sustained faith through it. Warnings were also spoken. Indifference toward injustice, neglect of love, and abandonment of faithfulness were addressed. The coming of the kingdom would bring accountability. Each life would be weighed not by claim alone, but by fruit. These warnings were not meant to produce fear, but seriousness. The kingdom is gracious, yet it honors truth. Encouragement accompanied warning. Those who remained faithful were assured that nothing done in obedience is forgotten. Even small acts of faithfulness were named as significant. The kingdom of heaven remembers what the world overlooks. Endurance in obscurity was affirmed as valuable, and perseverance without recognition was honored. Hope was directed toward renewal of relationship. God would dwell fully with his people, and separation would end. Tears would be wiped away, and death would no longer claim authority. This promise echoed the beginning, when God walked with humanity without barrier. The kingdom of heaven was shown to be restoration, not replacement. The return of what was intended from the start. Justice was promised, not as vengeance, but as setting things right. What had been distorted would be corrected. Truth would be revealed, and righteousness would dwell openly. This assurance gave strength to those who had endured injustice without retaliation. The kingdom of heaven does not ignore wrongdoing, nor does it rush judgment. It acts at the appointed time. Faith was encouraged to remain active until the end. Love was to continue, truth was to be guarded, and hope was to be held firmly. The kingdom does not belong only to those who begin well, but to those who endure faithfully. What matters is not the speed of progress, but faithfulness to the end. Thus, the kingdom awaited completion. It stood present in transformed lives and future, in promised renewal. Those who belonged lived in expectation, not fear, knowing that what had been begun would be finished. The reign of God moved steadily toward fulfillment, and the promise of renewal remained certain. Heaven and earth would be made new, and the kingdom of heaven would stand revealed in fullness forever. As the vision of the kingdom of heaven moved toward its completion, clarity was given concerning the final unfolding of God's reign. What had been present in seed and sign would one day be revealed in fullness. The hidden would be made known, the broken restored, and the faithful gathered. The kingdom that had advanced quietly through obedience and witness would stand openly, established beyond challenge or decay. The promise of justice was spoken with assurance. What had been distorted by human pride and violence would be set right. Injustice would not have the final word, nor would suffering remain unanswered. The kingdom of heaven was revealed as righteous judgment that restores order rather than perpetuates harm. Wrong would be addressed, truth would stand, and peace would follow justice completed. Those who had endured without recognition were assured that their faithfulness was seen. Lives lived in humility, obedience, and love were not forgotten. The kingdom of heaven values what the world overlooks. Faithfulness, practiced in quiet places, was declared precious, and perseverance through hardship was honored. Nothing offered in love was wasted. Imagery of gathering was spoken, revealing a people drawn together from every place and time. What had been scattered would be united. Differences that once divided would no longer separate. The kingdom of heaven was shown to be inclusive, not by lowering truth, but by fulfilling it. All who had trusted and endured were welcomed into shared joy. Peace was described not as absence of conflict alone, but as wholeness fully realized. Fear would no longer rule hearts, and sorrow would no longer shape days. The wounds of history would be healed, and creation itself would be restored to harmony. The kingdom of heaven was revealed as the fulfillment of longing, written into humanity from the beginning. Life within the kingdom was described as unending communion. God's presence would no longer be mediated or distant. Relationship would be direct, complete, and unbroken. The longing expressed in psalms and prayers would find fulfillment. What had been tasted in moments would become the permanent state of being. Light would fill all things, and darkness would have no place. Truth would no longer be resisted, for all would see clearly. The kingdom of heaven was shown as a realm where understanding is complete and trust is unchallenged. Wisdom would no longer need defense, and love would flow freely. The renewal of creation was affirmed. Earth and heaven would be made new, not discarded. The original intention would be restored, perfected beyond its first form. Humanity would dwell within creation as intended, caring, rejoicing, and living in harmony. The kingdom of heaven was shown to be continuity transformed, not erased. Worship was described not as obligation, but as response. Joy would rise naturally, not compelled by command. Praise would flow from gratitude, and life itself would be worship. The kingdom of heaven was revealed as joy sustained by truth, and peace rooted in love. This vision was given not to remove responsibility from the present, but to anchor it. Knowing what is to come strengthens faithfulness now. Hope becomes endurance, and expectation shapes obedience. The kingdom of heaven is awaited not with fear, but with trust. Thus, the reign of God moved toward its final revelation. Justice would be complete, peace everlasting, and life restored. What began with promise, unfolded through obedience, and was carried by faith, would stand fulfilled. The kingdom of heaven would be revealed in fullness, and its peace would endure without end. The kingdom of heaven, once revealed in promise and fulfilled in purpose, stands beyond the measure of time. Generations rise and pass away, yet the reign of God does not fade. What was spoken at creation remains true at completion. The kingdom does not age, weaken, or diminish, for it is founded upon what is eternal. While human kingdoms shift and collapse, the dominion of heaven endures unchanged. Those who belong to this kingdom are joined not merely to a moment in history, but to a living reality that spans all ages. Faith carried forward from generation to generation forms a single testimony. What was trusted in the past is trusted still. The same mercy that restored, the same truth that guided, and the same love that sustained continue without interruption. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as continuity of divine faithfulness. Memory plays a sacred role in the life of the kingdom. Stories are told, songs are sung, and testimony is preserved. These remembrances do not bind the kingdom to the past, but keep it alive in the present. The psalms once sung in lament and praise remain true. The teachings once spoken continue to shape hearts. The kingdom endures because truth does not expire. Those who come later are not secondary citizens. The kingdom does not diminish with time. nor does it reserve favor for the first. Each generation enters fully, receiving the same grace and bearing the same calling. Faithfulness is renewed with every life that responds. The kingdom of heaven welcomes each generation as present participants, not distant heirs. Time itself is redefined within the kingdom. Days are no longer measured only by labor and rest, but by faithfulness and hope. Waiting is not emptiness, but expectancy. Delay is not absence, but preparation. The kingdom teaches patience without resignation, and hope without illusion. What is unseen is trusted, because what has been revealed is faithful. Suffering across generations is not forgotten. The cries of the oppressed, the prayers of the faithful, and the endurance of the righteous are held within divine memory. The kingdom of heaven does not overlook what history forgets. Justice delayed is not justice denied. All things are gathered and accounted for in due time. The people of the kingdom are called to live as witnesses across time. Each generation carries responsibility to live truthfully, love deeply, and endure faithfully. The kingdom does not advance through nostalgia or fear, but through obedience lived now. What was done before inspires, but what is done now testifies. Hope remains the anchor that binds generations together. What was hoped for in the past becomes strength in the present and assurance for the future. The kingdom of heaven is sustained by hope that looks beyond circumstance and beyond time itself. This hope does not disappoint, for it is grounded in what God has promised and already begun. Communities rise and fall, languages change, and cultures transform, yet the kingdom remains intelligible across all difference. Its values do not depend on custom, nor does its truth require translation to endure. Love, mercy, justice, and faithfulness speak in every age. The kingdom of heaven remains accessible, not because it adapts to culture, but because it transcends it. The end of one life does not end belonging. Those who have lived in faith remain part of the kingdom's story. Their lives continue to testify, not through memory alone, but through the fruit that remains. The kingdom of heaven binds together the living and the faithful who have gone before, forming one enduring communion. Thus, the kingdom endures beyond time and generation. It is not confined to an era, nor exhausted by history. What God has established stands forever. Each generation is invited to enter, to live faithfully, and to pass on what endures. The kingdom of heaven remains unshaken, carried forward through time, held secure in eternity. The kingdom of heaven is not only a reign to be entered, but an inheritance to be received. It is given not as reward for strength, but as gift secured by faithfulness. What has been promised from the beginning now stands prepared, awaiting those who have trusted, endured, and remained faithful. This inheritance is not fragile, nor is it temporary. It is kept beyond decay, beyond loss, beyond the reach of time itself. Those who belong to the kingdom are described as heirs, not by birth alone, but by adoption through grace. This inheritance is not divided by status or diminished by number. It remains whole for each who receives it. The kingdom of heaven does not operate on scarcity. What is given to one does not reduce what is given to another. Joy is multiplied, not diminished, as more are gathered. The nature of this inheritance is life itself. Life fully restored, fully known, and fully shared. What was partial becomes complete. What was hoped for becomes present. The longing expressed through generations finds rest. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as fulfillment of desire, placed within humanity at creation, now answered in fullness. Joy marks the life of the kingdom, not as fleeting emotion, but as settled reality. This joy is not dependent on circumstance, for all causes of fear and sorrow have passed away. It flows from relationship restored and purpose completed. The kingdom of heaven is joy rooted in truth, peace secured by justice, and delight grounded in love. The inheritance is described as dwelling. God is not distant ruler, but present host. The language of shelter, home, and abiding reaches its fulfillment. What was spoken of as refuge becomes permanent dwelling. The kingdom of heaven is not merely visited, it is inhabited. Those who belong no longer wander, for they have come home. Identity within the kingdom is clarified. No one is forgotten, overlooked, or diminished. Each is known fully and loved completely. Names are remembered, stories are gathered, and wounds are healed. The kingdom of heaven restores not only relationship with God, but understanding of self. What was fractured is made whole. The joy of the kingdom is shared, not solitary. Fellowship is complete, unmarred by rivalry or fear. Community exists without division, and unity without loss of distinction. Love flows freely, unhindered by insecurity. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as shared life, where joy increases through communion. Work within the kingdom is not burdensome, but meaningful. Purpose continues without fatigue. Creativity flourishes without frustration. Stewardship is fulfilled without struggle. What was once labor marked by toil becomes participation marked by joy. The kingdom of heaven restores work to its original intention. Worship is the natural response of life, aligned with truth. It rises not from obligation, but from recognition. Praise is not commanded, but inevitable. The kingdom of heaven is filled with gratitude expressed freely, without restraint or fear. Worship becomes the rhythm of life itself. Time no longer threatens loss. The fear of endings dissolves. Eternity is not experienced as endless duration, but as fullness without exhaustion. The kingdom of heaven transcends time while embracing continuity. Life is not rushed, nor does it fade. Thus, the kingdom stands as eternal inheritance and everlasting joy. What began as promise, unfolded through obedience, and was secured through faith, now rests complete. Those who belong receive not merely a place, but life in fullness. The kingdom of heaven endures forever, and its joy has no end. The kingdom of heaven is finally known not only by what it gives, but by what it is: perfect love, without interruption or fear. From the beginning, love was the intent behind creation, the motive behind covenant, and the force behind redemption. In the fullness of the kingdom, this love is no longer resisted, misunderstood, or broken. It is received completely and returned freely. The reign of God is revealed as unbroken communion between Creator and creation. Love in the kingdom is not fragile. It does not depend on reassurance or proof, for trust is complete. Fear, which once distorted love, has no place. The fear of loss, rejection, or separation dissolves in the presence of perfect belonging. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as security fully realized, where nothing threatens what has been given. Relationship reaches its fulfillment. What was once approached through prayer, song, and longing becomes direct and complete. God is known fully, and those who belong are fully known. No barrier remains between intention and understanding. The kingdom of heaven is intimacy restored, where communication is unhindered and presence is constant. This communion does not erase individuality. Each person remains distinct, yet fully united. Identity is not lost in unity, nor is unity fractured by difference. Love binds without consuming. The kingdom of heaven holds diversity within harmony, revealing a unity richer than uniformity. The language of shepherd and sheep, of vine and branches, of dwelling and home, finds its fulfillment here. Dependence becomes delight, and obedience becomes joy. The kingdom is no longer something entered by faith alone, but lived by sight and experience. What was believed is now known. Healing is complete. Emotional wounds carried through life and history are fully restored. Memory no longer causes pain, for every sorrow has been redeemed. The kingdom of heaven does not erase the past, but transforms it. What once caused grief becomes testimony of grace fulfilled. Trust flows naturally. There is no suspicion, no defense, no need for protection. Hearts remain open because nothing threatens them. The kingdom is sustained by love that does not fail and truth that does not wound. What was once guarded carefully is now shared freely. Joy continues without interruption. It is not heightened by contrast with sorrow, for sorrow is no more. Joy remains rich, deep, and steady. It is not exhausting, nor does it fade. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as joy without anxiety, delight without fear, peace without fragility. Communication is complete. No word is misunderstood, no intention misread. Truth is spoken and received without distortion. The kingdom of heaven restores language itself, undoing confusion and division. What once separated now connects. Communion extends across all who belong. Those separated by time, distance, or circumstance are gathered together. Recognition is immediate, belonging unquestioned. Love binds the community without hierarchy or exclusion. The kingdom of heaven is fellowship perfected. Thus, the reign of God is known in perfect love and unbroken communion. What was hinted at in moments of peace, glimpsed in worship, and longed for in prayer, is now lived fully. The kingdom is not merely possessed, it is shared. Love reigns without rival, communion stands without interruption, and the kingdom of heaven abides forever in perfect peace. The kingdom of heaven, having been revealed in perfect love and unbroken communion, is now dwelt in as eternal life, without shadow. What once stood under the threat of loss, now rests beyond it. Nothing casts a shadow here, for nothing remains that can diminish joy or interrupt peace. Life is not preserved against decay. It exists beyond decay altogether. The reign of God is experienced not as escape from death, but as life in which death no longer has meaning. Eternal life is not understood as endless time, but as fullness without lack. Moments are not counted, for nothing is lost by their passing. The kingdom of heaven is lived as complete presence, where attention is not divided and desire is not frustrated. Every moment holds depth, and every experience is whole. Life no longer rushes forward or slips away. It simply is, rich and complete. There is no shadow of fear. Fear once shaped choices, guarded hearts, and narrowed vision. In the kingdom, fear has no function. Nothing threatens belonging, nothing endangers love, and nothing undermines trust. Courage is no longer required, for there is no risk to face. The kingdom of heaven is safety made permanent, security that does not need to be defended. There is no shadow of sorrow. Grief once marked human experience, teaching loss and longing. In the kingdom, sorrow has been answered fully. Tears have been wiped away, not by forgetting, but by fulfillment. What was lost has been restored, and what was broken has been healed. The kingdom of heaven transforms sorrow into completed joy, where memory no longer carries pain. There is no shadow of injustice. Every wrong has been set right, every distortion corrected. Justice is no longer awaited, it is lived. Relationships are whole, trust is mutual, and truth stands unobstructed. The kingdom of heaven is righteousness fulfilled, not enforced, where goodness flows naturally without resistance. There is no shadow of separation. Distance, once measured by space and time, no longer divides. Presence is complete, and communion uninterrupted. Those who belong are never absent from one another. The kingdom of heaven gathers all into shared life, where unity is constant and connection unbroken. Work continues without burden. Purpose is not removed but restored. Activity flows from desire rather than necessity. Creation is tended without strain, creativity expressed without frustration, and service given without exhaustion. The kingdom of heaven redeems work from toil, returning it to joy. Learning continues without confusion. Understanding grows without struggle. Wisdom unfolds without resistance. There is always more to know, yet nothing essential is missing. The kingdom of heaven is endless discovery without uncertainty, depth without disorientation. Rest is complete, yet not idle. It is rest that coexists with purpose, peace that accompanies activity. The rhythm established at creation finds its fulfillment here. The kingdom of heaven restores rest as a state of being, not merely a pause between efforts. Life is shared openly. Nothing is hidden, for nothing needs to be protected. Truth is lived, not guarded. Love is expressed freely, not cautiously. The kingdom of heaven is transparency without vulnerability, openness without danger. Thus, the kingdom is dwelt in as eternal life without shadow. What once cast darkness no longer exists. What once threatened life has been overcome. The reign of God stands complete, not only as promise fulfilled, but as reality lived. Eternal life flows without interruption, and the kingdom of heaven remains forever in perfect light and peace. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as everlasting light, where truth stands uncovered and unobscured. From the beginning, light was spoken into darkness, and now that first word finds its final expression. Darkness no longer retreats or resists, for it has no place here. Light fills all things, not as glare, but as clarity. Nothing is hidden, nothing distorted, nothing misunderstood. The reign of God is lived in truth, fully revealed. This light does not expose to shame, but illuminates to heal. What once remained concealed out of fear is now known without threat. The kingdom of heaven does not accuse, it restores. Truth no longer wounds, because love has completed its work. Understanding flows freely, and wisdom is received without resistance. The light of the kingdom brings peace, not discomfort. Knowledge is no longer fragmented. What was once grasped in part is now held in fullness. The mysteries spoken through parable and prophecy are clear. The questions that shaped longing are answered, not all at once, but in harmony. The kingdom of heaven is understanding without pride, wisdom without division, truth without distortion. No falsehood remains. Deception, once powerful through fear and desire, has lost its influence. Lies cannot stand where nothing is hidden and nothing is desired wrongly. The kingdom of heaven reveals truth as reality itself, not as argument. There is no need to persuade, for all see clearly. Guidance is no longer sought anxiously. Direction is not debated or doubted. The path is evident, and movement flows naturally. The kingdom of heaven removes confusion without removing freedom. Choice remains, yet it is always aligned with what is good. Freedom and truth exist together without conflict. Light shapes relationship. Communication is transparent, intentions are understood, and trust is complete. Words are no longer defended or interpreted cautiously. The kingdom of heaven restores language to its pure purpose, to connect, to express, and to share life fully. The presence of God is light itself. There is no need for sun or lamp, for the source of life illuminates all. This light does not overpower, but sustains. It is gentle, constant, and life-giving. The kingdom of heaven is lived in the presence of truth that does not fade or flicker. Memory is transformed by light. Past events are seen as part of a complete story, no longer fragmented by pain or confusion. Understanding brings peace, and peace deepens gratitude. The kingdom of heaven allows remembrance without sorrow, clarity without regret. Truth orders all things. Justice flows naturally, relationships remain whole, and purpose is clear. Nothing is misplaced, and nothing is wasted. The kingdom of heaven reveals meaning in all that has been, without burden or strain. Worship arises as response to truth seen fully. Praise is not compelled, but inevitable. Gratitude flows from recognition of what is known and lived. The kingdom of heaven is worship sustained by clarity, joy rooted in truth, and peace grounded in understanding. Thus, the kingdom stands as everlasting light and truth revealed. What was once seen dimly is now known clearly. What was believed is now experienced fully. Darkness has no claim, confusion no voice, and fear no influence. The reign of God shines without interruption, and the kingdom of heaven remains forever in perfect truth and light. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as perfect order, where harmony is fully restored, and nothing exists out of place. From the beginning, creation was formed with purpose and balance, yet disorder entered through disobedience and separation. In the fullness of the kingdom, every fracture is healed, and every imbalance corrected. What was once strained now rests in alignment. The reign of God is experienced as harmony without effort, order without oppression, and peace without fragility. Nothing in the kingdom exists by accident. Each life, each moment, each expression of being holds meaning. Purpose is no longer questioned or sought anxiously. The kingdom of heaven is lived with clarity of belonging, where every part contributes naturally to the whole. Diversity does not produce conflict, but richness. Difference does not threaten unity, but strengthens it. Harmony arises not from sameness, but from perfect alignment with truth. Creation itself reflects this order. The earth flourishes without decay, and the heavens declare beauty without distortion. Seasons unfold without fear of loss, and growth continues without exhaustion. The kingdom of heaven restores creation to its intended rhythm, where abundance flows without exploitation, and care replaces domination. Stewardship is fulfilled with joy, not burden. Relationships reflect this harmony. There is no competition, no comparison, and no resentment. Love flows freely, unrestrained by insecurity. Trust is complete, and understanding is mutual. The kingdom of heaven restores community without tension, where unity is not enforced, but naturally lived. Each person is honored, each voice valued, and each presence welcomed. Authority within the kingdom is fully redeemed. Power does not dominate, and leadership does not oppress. Authority serves life, sustains peace, and protects flourishing. The kingdom of heaven reveals authority as alignment with truth, not control over others. Order is maintained through love, not fear. Time itself participates in harmony. There is no rushing, no delay that causes frustration. Each moment unfolds fully, complete in itself. Eternity is not overwhelming, nor is it static. The kingdom of heaven lives in fullness of being, where time is experienced as abundance rather than limitation. Justice flows without resistance. What is right is lived naturally, not enforced by threat. Wrong no longer competes for power, for it has no ground to stand upon. The kingdom of heaven restores justice as life in alignment, where righteousness is simply how things are. Work and creativity continue within this order. Expression flows freely, unhindered by fatigue or frustration. Purpose is experienced without pressure. The kingdom of heaven restores labor as joyful participation, where contribution is fulfillment rather than obligation. Peace remains constant, not because conflict is suppressed, but because its causes are gone. Nothing disrupts harmony, and nothing erodes trust. The kingdom of heaven is stability without rigidity, movement without chaos, and freedom without risk. Memory no longer disturbs order. The past is integrated fully into understanding, contributing to wisdom rather than pain. Gratitude replaces regret, and insight replaces confusion. The kingdom of heaven transforms history into harmony. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as perfect order and harmony restored. Nothing is misplaced, nothing is strained, and nothing is broken. What was intended at creation is fulfilled beyond measure. The kingdom of heaven stands complete, where harmony reigns, peace endures, and life flows without disruption forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as unending fellowship, where shared life is fully realized and communion is complete. From the beginning, humanity was not created for isolation, but for relationship. Separation entered through fear and mistrust, fragmenting community and distorting belonging. In the fullness of the kingdom, this separation is healed entirely. Life is lived together without distance, and fellowship remains unbroken. No one stands alone in the kingdom. Presence is constant, and belonging is unquestioned. The loneliness that once marked human experience has no place here. The kingdom of heaven gathers all who belong into a shared life, where connection is natural and sustaining. Each person is both fully known and fully welcomed, without reservation or hesitation. Conversation flows freely, without misunderstanding or concealment. Words are not guarded, for intentions are clear and trust is complete. Listening is unhurried, and understanding is immediate. The kingdom of heaven restores communication as a source of joy rather than confusion. Silence itself becomes meaningful, filled with shared presence rather than absence. Shared life does not diminish individuality. Each person contributes uniquely, and each contribution is valued. The kingdom of heaven celebrates difference without division. Identity is not threatened by community, nor is community weakened by individuality. Fellowship enriches rather than consumes, creating a unity that honors each person fully. Joy is multiplied through sharing. Delight does not remain private, but expands as it is given and received. The kingdom of heaven reveals joy as communal rather than solitary. Celebration arises naturally, not through ritual alone, but through the simple fullness of shared life. Gratitude deepens as it is expressed together. Learning continues through fellowship. Wisdom is shared freely, and insight grows through exchange. There is no rivalry in understanding, no competition for recognition. The kingdom of heaven restores learning as mutual discovery, where growth is shared and knowledge unites rather than separates. Care flows effortlessly within this fellowship. Need is recognized without request, and response is immediate. Compassion is not compelled by obligation, but expressed naturally. The kingdom of heaven restores care as instinctive love, not duty performed under strain. Memory is shared without pain. Stories are told without sorrow, and history is held together in understanding. What once divided now connects. The kingdom of heaven transforms shared memory into collective gratitude, strengthening bonds rather than reopening wounds. Work is shared as well. Purpose is pursued together, not in isolation. Collaboration brings joy rather than tension. The kingdom of heaven restores cooperation as creative partnership, where contribution is meaningful and shared accomplishment deepens fellowship. Fellowship extends across all who belong, without boundary of time or place. Those who lived in different ages are gathered together, recognizing one another beyond language or history. The kingdom of heaven reveals a communion that transcends time, forming one people united in shared life. At the center of this fellowship is the presence of God, dwelling openly among those who belong. Relationship with God is not separate from relationship with one another, but fully integrated. Love flows outward and inward, without division. The kingdom of heaven is fellowship rooted in divine presence, sustained by love that never ends. Thus, the kingdom is revealed as unending fellowship and shared life. What was broken by separation is restored through communion. Life is lived together without fear, without distance, and without end. The kingdom of heaven abides as shared joy, shared purpose, and shared love forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as complete rest, the fulfillment of the promise spoken from the beginning. When the work of creation was finished, rest was established as sacred, not as cessation of life, but as enjoyment of what was made whole. In the fullness of the kingdom, this rest is no longer interrupted. What was once tasted in moments is now lived without end. The reign of God is experienced as everlasting Sabbath, where striving has ceased and fulfillment remains. This rest is not emptiness, nor is it inactivity. It is rest that coexists with purpose, peace joined with life, fully engaged. The kingdom of heaven restores rest as harmony between being and doing. Nothing is driven by anxiety, nothing compelled by fear. Action flows from peace rather than effort. Life moves without exhaustion, sustained by joy rather than necessity. The burden once carried by humanity is lifted completely. The weight of survival, achievement, and self-justification is gone. There is no pressure to prove worth, no demand to secure belonging. The kingdom of heaven is rest from labor, rooted in insecurity. Identity is settled, and value is no longer questioned. Rest extends to the inner life. Thoughts are no longer restless, and desire is no longer conflicted. The mind is clear, the heart is steady, and the will is aligned with good. The kingdom of heaven brings rest to the soul, where there is no inner division and no unresolved longing. Creation itself rests within this kingdom. The groaning that once marked the world is silenced. The land yields abundance without strain, and the earth flourishes without decay. The kingdom of heaven restores creation to its intended peace, where balance is maintained naturally and care replaces exploitation. Time is experienced differently in this rest. There is no hurry and no waiting that causes frustration. Moments unfold fully, without loss or pressure. Eternity is not overwhelming, but gentle and spacious. The kingdom of heaven is lived as time redeemed, where presence is complete and uninterrupted. Trust is effortless within this rest. Faith no longer strains against uncertainty, for all is known and secure. The kingdom of heaven removes the need for vigilance born of fear. Nothing threatens what has been given, and nothing undermines peace. Rest is sustained because trust is complete. Worship flows naturally from this rest. Praise arises without effort, and gratitude remains constant. The kingdom of heaven restores worship as joy rather than duty. Life itself becomes praise, expressed through peace lived fully and love given freely. Rest is shared among all who belong. There is no isolation within this peace. Fellowship deepens rest, and rest strengthens fellowship. The kingdom of heaven reveals rest as communal as well as personal, where shared peace enriches all. Memory no longer disrupts rest. The past is fully integrated into understanding, contributing wisdom without pain. The kingdom of heaven heals memory, allowing rest to be complete and undisturbed. Gratitude replaces regret, and peace replaces sorrow. Thus, the kingdom is revealed as complete rest and everlasting Sabbath. What was promised in the beginning is fulfilled in the end. Striving has ceased, fear has ended, and peace remains. The reign of God stands complete, and the kingdom of heaven is lived as rest without end, joy without exhaustion, and life in perfect peace forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as everlasting praise, where joy and worship rise without interruption or strain. From the earliest songs sung in hope and lament, worship has been the language of trust offered amid uncertainty. In the fullness of the kingdom, that language reaches completion. Praise is no longer born from longing or rescue, but from fullness known and enjoyed. The reign of God is lived as joyful worship, woven naturally into every moment of life. Worship in the kingdom is not confined to place or time. There is no boundary that separates sacred from ordinary, for all of life is filled with the presence of God. Every action carries meaning, every expression reflects gratitude. The kingdom of heaven restores worship as a way of being rather than an activity performed. Joy flows freely because nothing interrupts awareness of divine goodness. Songs rise not from obligation, but from delight. Voices join together without effort, harmonizing without instruction. Music expresses what words alone cannot contain, yet silence also becomes praise, rich with shared presence. The kingdom of heaven reveals worship as response rather than requirement, as joy overflowing rather than duty fulfilled. Praise is rooted in remembrance transformed. What was once sung in faith through hardship is now sung in fulfillment. The psalms of longing have become songs of completion. Lament has been answered, and hope has been realized. The kingdom of heaven gathers every song ever sung in trust and weaves them into a single expression of gratitude. Worship deepens understanding. As praise rises, wisdom unfolds. The beauty of truth is seen more clearly, and the goodness of God is known more deeply. The kingdom of heaven unites worship and knowledge, revealing that understanding grows through delight as much as through reflection. Joy remains steady, not dependent on contrast with sorrow. It is not heightened by relief from pain, for pain no longer exists. Joy is sustained by presence, nourished by love that does not waver. The kingdom of heaven reveals joy as permanent reality, not fleeting emotion. Worship is shared, never solitary. Praise binds the community together, strengthening fellowship and deepening unity. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as communal joy, where celebration increases as it is shared. Gratitude expands, and delight multiplies without limit. Creativity flourishes within worship. Art, movement, and expression arise freely, reflecting beauty without striving. The kingdom of heaven restores creativity as joyful participation, not performance judged or measured. Expression flows naturally from life, aligned with truth. Worship remains dynamic, never stagnant. Though peace is complete, wonder continues to deepen. There is always more to discover, more to celebrate, more to delight in. The kingdom of heaven is worship without exhaustion, praise without repetition that dulls joy. At the center of all praise is the presence of God, not distant, but fully known and fully shared. Worship is not directed toward an unseen throne, but lived within divine presence itself. The kingdom of heaven is praise lived in communion, joy sustained by love, and worship expressed through life made whole. Thus, the kingdom is revealed as everlasting praise and joyful worship. What was once offered in faith is now lived in fullness. Joy flows without interruption, worship rises without end, and the reign of God is celebrated forever in perfect delight. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as eternal purpose, where life is lived without vanity, frustration, or futility. From the beginning, humanity sought meaning, often laboring under the weight of uncertainty, striving to secure purpose through achievement, possession, or recognition. In the fullness of the kingdom, this striving comes to an end. Purpose is no longer searched for. It is known, inhabited, and lived naturally. The reign of God restores meaning as a given reality, rather than a burden to be carried. Nothing in the kingdom is empty or wasted. Every action, every moment, every expression of being carries weight and significance. Life is not measured by productivity or outcome, but by alignment with truth. The kingdom of heaven reveals purpose not as pressure to accomplish, but as joy in participating in what is good. Existence itself is meaningful, and being precedes doing. Vanity, once described as chasing the wind, has no place here. There is no illusion of control to maintain, no identity to defend, no legacy to secure against forgetting. The kingdom of heaven frees life from the fear of insignificance. Value is not earned or threatened. It is established and unchanging. Each life matters fully, without comparison or hierarchy. Work continues, yet it is no longer marked by futility. Effort does not dissolve into loss, and contribution does not fade into obscurity. What is done remains, not because it is recorded, but because it belongs. The kingdom of heaven restores work as meaningful participation in eternal purpose, where nothing done in alignment with truth is ever undone. Understanding deepens purpose. Wisdom is not sought to overcome uncertainty, but to delight in truth more fully. Learning continues without frustration, for knowledge no longer exposes limitation or failure. The kingdom of heaven reveals purpose as ever-expanding understanding, where growth enriches joy rather than creating anxiety. Desire is purified within this purpose. Longing no longer pulls life in competing directions. What is wanted aligns with what is good, and satisfaction follows without regret. The kingdom of heaven restores desire to its original role, movement toward life, not restlessness born of lack. Time no longer threatens meaning. The fear that life might pass without significance dissolves. Eternity does not erase purpose. It completes it. The kingdom of heaven is lived as continuous fulfillment, where each moment holds depth and each season carries joy without fear of loss. Relationship itself becomes purpose. Love given and received is not a means to an end, but an end fulfilled. The kingdom of heaven reveals that communion is not secondary to purpose, but its center. Life is meaningful because it is shared, known, and loved fully. Creation reflects this restored purpose. The earth no longer bears the marks of decay, and its beauty does not fade. Every element exists in alignment, contributing without strain. The kingdom of heaven restores creation as purposeful harmony, where nothing exists without meaning and nothing resists its role. Memory no longer questions worth. The past is fully integrated into understanding, revealing how even what once seemed futile was gathered into purpose. The kingdom of heaven redeems history, showing that nothing entrusted to God is meaningless. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as eternal purpose and life without vanity. What was once pursued anxiously is now lived peacefully. Meaning is no longer fragile or threatened by time. The kingdom of heaven stands as life fully aligned with truth, purpose fully realized, and existence lived in unbroken significance forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as ever-increasing glory, where wonder does not fade and fullness never grows familiar. From the beginning, humanity encountered beauty with awe, yet even the greatest sights eventually lost their power to astonish. In the fullness of the kingdom, wonder does not diminish with time. Glory is not static, it deepens continually. The reign of God is lived as endless discovery, where joy expands rather than settles. Glory in the kingdom is not spectacle meant to impress, but beauty that invites participation. It is not distant or overwhelming, but near and welcoming. Each revelation of truth opens the way to greater understanding. The kingdom of heaven is lived as unfolding splendor, where every moment carries the promise of deeper insight and richer delight. Wonder arises naturally, without effort. Nothing is taken for granted, and nothing loses its capacity to inspire awe. Familiarity does not dull appreciation, because perception continues to grow. The kingdom of heaven restores wonder, as perpetual openness to beauty, truth, and goodness fully revealed. Glory is shared, not possessed. No one holds it at the expense of another. As understanding increases in one, it enriches all. The kingdom of heaven reveals glory as communal, where joy multiplies through shared recognition. Celebration is constant, not because it is required, but because wonder remains alive. Knowledge deepens glory. Understanding does not reduce mystery, it expands it. Each truth known reveals greater depth, yet to be explored. The kingdom of heaven is endless learning without frustration, where curiosity is satisfied, yet continually renewed. Discovery brings joy, not exhaustion. The presence of God remains the source of all glory. This presence does not diminish with closeness, nor does it lose impact with time. The kingdom of heaven reveals divine glory as inexhaustible, forever revealing new depth, new beauty, and new joy. Nearness does not breed familiarity that dulls awe. It intensifies it. Creation participates in this glory. Beauty flourishes without decay, and harmony deepens without strain. Colors, forms, and movement reflect divine order and creativity without limit. The kingdom of heaven restores creation as living testimony to glory that never fades. Community itself becomes a source of wonder. Each person reflects the work of God uniquely, and understanding one another deepens joy. Relationship reveals layers of beauty that continue to unfold. The kingdom of heaven celebrates the uniqueness of each life as part of shared glory. Memory enhances wonder rather than dulling it. What has been known before is remembered with deeper understanding. The kingdom of heaven transforms memory into gratitude that fuels awe, allowing past discovery to enrich present joy. There is no boredom in this kingdom. Wonder remains alive, because life is not confined to repetition without growth. The kingdom of heaven is endless renewal, without loss of peace. Stillness and movement coexist, each enriching the other. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as ever-increasing glory and unending wonder. Awe does not fade, delight does not diminish, and joy does not exhaust itself. The kingdom of heaven stands as life continually unfolding, where glory deepens forever, and wonder remains without end. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as perfect freedom, where the will is fully aligned with what is good and true. From the beginning, freedom was misunderstood as independence, as the power to choose apart from wisdom. This misunderstanding led to bondage disguised as choice. In the fullness of the kingdom, freedom is restored to its true meaning, the ability to live fully in harmony with truth without resistance or fear. The reign of God is not constraint, but liberation completed. In this kingdom, freedom is not threatened by obedience, nor diminished by order. The will moves naturally toward what gives life. There is no inner conflict pulling desire in opposing directions. What is chosen aligns with what is good, and joy follows without regret. The kingdom of heaven restores the will to wholeness, where choice no longer carries the weight of anxiety or the fear of error. Bondage no longer exists in any form. The chains once forged by fear, pride, or desire have no place here. Nothing compels against the heart, and nothing enslaves through deception. The kingdom of heaven reveals freedom as life unbound, where nothing distorts desire and nothing manipulates will. Freedom is shared without threat. One person's freedom does not limit another's, nor does it require defense. The kingdom of heaven exists without competition, where liberty flourishes in community rather than at its expense. Mutual freedom deepens trust, and trust strengthens unity. The mind is free from confusion. Thought flows clearly, unhindered by doubt or distraction. Understanding does not overwhelm, nor does it burden. The kingdom of heaven restores clarity as freedom from distortion, where truth is known without effort, and wisdom guides without strain. Emotion is free from volatility. Joy is steady, peace is secure, and love is unguarded. Feelings no longer rise and fall unpredictably. The kingdom of heaven restores emotional freedom, where the heart is no longer captive to fear or loss. Action flows freely as well. What is done arises from desire rather than obligation. Service is joyful, creativity unrestrained, and participation willing. The kingdom of heaven reveals freedom as active engagement rather than withdrawal, where life is lived fully without coercion. Freedom extends even to rest. There is no guilt in stillness and no pressure in activity. The kingdom of heaven removes the fear of wasted time. Being itself is valuable, and presence is enough. Rest and movement coexist without tension. Memory no longer binds the will. The past does not control choice or shape fear. Lessons remain without wounds, and understanding replaces regret. The kingdom of heaven restores freedom from history's grip, allowing life to move forward without shadow. Freedom does not result in chaos. Order remains, not enforced from without, but sustained from within. The kingdom of heaven reveals that true freedom and perfect order are not opposites, but companions. Harmony arises when every will aligns with what is good. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as perfect freedom, and will align with good. Choice remains, yet it is no longer burdened. Liberty is complete, yet never destructive. The kingdom of heaven stands as life fully free, where nothing binds, nothing coerces, and nothing distracts from joy forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as complete healing, where wholeness is fully restored and nothing remains fractured. From the beginning, humanity carried wounds of body, mind, and spirit. Some were visible, others hidden deep within memory and identity. In the fullness of the kingdom, every wound is addressed, not partially, not temporarily, but completely. The reign of God restores wholeness as the natural state of life. Healing in the kingdom is not repair that leaves scars unresolved. It is restoration that reaches the root of brokenness. What was injured through loss, betrayal, fear, or sorrow is made whole without residue. The kingdom of heaven does not merely ease pain, it removes its cause. Suffering no longer defines experience, nor does weakness limit life. The body is restored beyond decay. Strength does not diminish, and vitality does not fade. There is no sickness to manage and no decline to resist. The kingdom of heaven reveals physical life as sustained without effort, free from threat, and fully alive. Movement is effortless, energy is abundant, and presence is unhindered by limitation. The mind is healed as well. Confusion, anxiety, and distortion are removed. Thought is clear, memory is integrated, and understanding is complete. The kingdom of heaven restores mental wholeness, where perception is truthful and awareness is peaceful. No thought turns against itself, and no memory disrupts the present. The heart is healed completely. Emotional wounds no longer shape response. Love flows freely, unguarded by fear of loss. Trust is effortless, and vulnerability carries no risk. The kingdom of heaven restores emotional life as steady, deep, and secure. Joy is not fragile, and peace is not threatened. Identity is healed at its core. No one questions belonging or worth. Shame has no place, and comparison holds no power. The kingdom of heaven restores identity as known and affirmed fully. Each life stands complete, not defined by past failure or limitation, but by truth realized. Relationships are healed as well. No misunderstanding lingers, and no distance remains. Reconciliation is complete, not negotiated. The kingdom of heaven restores connection without strain, where love does not need repair, because nothing disrupts it. Community exists without fracture or tension. Healing extends even to memory. The past is no longer a source of pain or regret. Events are understood fully, and their meaning is redeemed. The kingdom of heaven transforms memory into wisdom without sorrow. What once hurt now contributes to gratitude rather than grief. Creation itself participates in this healing. The earth no longer bears signs of harm or exploitation. Balance is restored, and flourishing is complete. The kingdom of heaven heals not only humanity, but the world entrusted to human care. Harmony replaces disorder, and life thrives without resistance. Healing does not end in stillness. Wholeness enables participation. Life flows outward in creativity, service, and shared joy. The kingdom of heaven reveals healing as preparation for fullness of life, not withdrawal from it. Being whole allows life to be lived completely. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as complete healing and wholeness restored. Nothing remains broken, nothing remains wounded, and nothing remains unresolved. What was fractured by the fall is healed beyond measure. The kingdom of heaven stands as life made whole, sustained in peace, and lived forever in perfect restoration. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as everlasting belonging, the fulfillment of humanity's deepest longing for home. From the beginning, people sought a place where they could rest without fear, where they were known without explanation and welcomed without condition. Homes were built and lost, relationships formed and broken, nations established and dissolved. Yet the longing for true belonging remained. In the fullness of the kingdom, that longing is answered completely. The reign of God becomes home realized. Belonging in the kingdom is not conditional. It does not depend on usefulness, achievement, or role. No one fears exclusion, and no one stands on the edge of acceptance. The kingdom of heaven restores belonging as an unchanging reality. Each life is anchored in place, secure and settled, no longer searching for where it fits. Home in this kingdom is not defined by walls or boundaries. It is defined by presence. Wherever God dwells, there is home. The kingdom of heaven removes the fear of displacement, for nothing can remove those who belong. There is no exile, no wandering, and no sense of being temporary. Home is permanent, and belonging is complete. Rest flows naturally from this belonging. There is no need to prove worth or justify presence. The anxiety of comparison fades, and the fear of rejection disappears. The kingdom of heaven restores rest that comes from being fully accepted. Life is lived without the tension of earning a place that has already been given. Recognition deepens belonging. Each person is known fully, not only by name, but by story, desire, and purpose. The kingdom of heaven restores recognition without exposure or shame. To be known is not to be vulnerable, but to be understood and cherished. Nothing essential is hidden, and nothing true is rejected. Belonging is shared among all who dwell in the kingdom. No one belongs at the expense of another. The presence of one strengthens the belonging of all. The kingdom of heaven reveals community as shared home, where connection deepens security rather than threatening it. Togetherness does not diminish individuality, it enriches it. Memory contributes to belonging rather than undermining it. The past no longer calls one away from home or stirs longing for what was lost. The kingdom of heaven integrates memory into understanding, allowing gratitude to replace nostalgia and peace to replace regret. Home is not contrasted with what once was. It is fulfilled beyond it. Belonging extends across time. Those who lived in different ages, cultures, and places are gathered into one dwelling. Recognition does not depend on familiarity of language or custom. The kingdom of heaven restores belonging that transcends history, forming one people united by shared life rather than shared past. Work and creativity flow from this sense of home. Activity is not driven by the need to secure a place, but by joy in contributing to what is already secure. The kingdom of heaven restores purpose that arises from belonging rather than striving. What is done is an expression of home, not a condition for remaining. Even silence is comfortable within this belonging. Presence does not need constant affirmation. The kingdom of heaven restores companionship without pressure, where being together is enough. Peace fills shared space without demand. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as everlasting belonging and home fulfilled. What was sought through place, people, and achievement is found completely. The wandering heart comes to rest. The kingdom of heaven stands as home without threat, belonging without condition, and life lived securely forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as unbroken life, where nothing ends, nothing is lost, and nothing slips away into absence. From the beginning, life was marked by interruption. Beginnings followed by endings, meetings followed by partings, joy followed by grief. Even the best moments carried the shadow of impermanence. In the fullness of the kingdom, that shadow is removed. Life continues without fracture, and continuity replaces loss. The reign of God is lived as existence without interruption. Life in the kingdom does not move toward decline. There is no aging toward weakness, no progress toward fading. Vitality remains constant, not static, but full and alive. The kingdom of heaven restores life as sustained being, where growth does not require loss, and time does not erode strength. Continuity does not become monotony, for life continues to unfold with richness and depth. Relationships share this continuity. There are no goodbyes, no final conversations weighted with sorrow. Presence is stable and enduring. The kingdom of heaven removes the pain of separation, allowing connection to remain whole without interruption. Love does not fear distance, for distance no longer exists. Memory no longer carries the ache of what cannot be revisited. Experiences are not lost to time. The kingdom of heaven preserves what is meaningful, without trapping it in the past. Continuity allows remembrance without grief, and anticipation without anxiety. Life flows forward, without erasing what has been. Identity remains continuous as well. No one fears becoming less themselves over time. Growth does not erase what came before. It completes it. The kingdom of heaven restores identity as stable, yet ever deepening, where understanding expands without losing what is true. Each life remains fully itself, without threat of dilution or disappearance. Purpose continues without exhaustion. There is no sense of running out of time, no urgency driven by fear of missing meaning. The kingdom of heaven removes the pressure of limited opportunity. Life is not a race against loss, but a journey without end, where purpose is lived fully in every moment. Joy is continuous, not punctuated by interruption. It does not rise and fall unpredictably. The kingdom of heaven reveals joy as steady presence rather than fleeting experience. Delight remains without dependence on novelty, because life itself continues to offer depth and richness without loss. Learning continues without frustration. Understanding builds upon understanding, never collapsing or contradicting what came before. The kingdom of heaven restores knowledge as cumulative and harmonious. Truth unfolds without confusion, and wisdom deepens without requiring correction born of error. Creation participates in this continuity. Nothing withers or decays. Beauty does not fade, and harmony does not fracture. The kingdom of heaven restores the world as enduring life, where cycles exist without loss, and change occurs without death. Continuity does not remove freedom. Life is not trapped in repetition. Instead, it is sustained in possibility without risk. The kingdom of heaven reveals continuity as safety that allows exploration without fear of loss. Every step forward builds upon what already is. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as unbroken life and endless continuity. What once ended now continues. What once slipped away is held secure. The fear of loss dissolves, replaced by life that endures without interruption. The kingdom of heaven stands as existence without fracture, life without ending, and continuity that carries joy forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as perfect truth, lived without contradiction, where what is known, spoken, and lived are fully aligned. From the beginning, humanity struggled with division between belief and action, intention and outcome, word and deed. Even truth, once recognized, was often resisted or compromised. In the fullness of the kingdom, this division is healed. Truth is no longer something to uphold against resistance. It is the natural condition of life itself. In this kingdom, truth does not compete with desire, because desire is aligned with what is true. There is no tension between what is right and what is wanted. The kingdom of heaven restores harmony between knowing and willing, where understanding flows directly into action. Life is lived honestly without effort, because nothing within resists what is good. Speech reflects this wholeness. Words are never used to conceal, defend, or distort. Communication is clear, gentle, and complete. The kingdom of heaven restores language to its original purpose, to express reality faithfully and to strengthen connection. No word causes harm, and no silence hides fear. What is spoken is true, because what is lived is true. Understanding no longer fragments reality. Knowledge is not divided into sacred and ordinary, spiritual and material. All of life is understood as belonging to God. The kingdom of heaven reveals truth as unified, where every aspect of existence fits together without tension. There is no compartmentalization, no separation between belief and life. The inner life is fully aligned. Thought does not contradict conviction, and emotion does not undermine wisdom. The kingdom of heaven restores inner unity, where mind, heart, and will move together without conflict. Peace arises naturally because there is no internal resistance. Truth does not wound in this kingdom. What once felt threatening is now life-giving. Exposure does not lead to shame, because nothing false remains. The kingdom of heaven reveals truth as safety rather than risk. To be seen fully is to be known rightly, and to be known rightly is to be at peace. Learning continues without correction, born of error. Growth does not require the dismantling of falsehood, because falsehood has no place. The kingdom of heaven restores understanding as deepening clarity rather than shifting belief. What is known becomes richer without contradiction. Relationships are shaped by truth, lived faithfully. Trust does not require verification, and faithfulness does not require monitoring. The kingdom of heaven restores trust as the natural outcome of truth consistently lived. Community remains stable because integrity is universal. Memory is also aligned with truth. The past is understood clearly, without distortion or denial. Events are remembered as they truly were, and their meaning is fully revealed. The kingdom of heaven transforms memory into wisdom without regret, allowing truth to bring peace rather than pain. Creation reflects this truth as well. Nothing exists out of alignment with its purpose. Every element functions as intended, without corruption or misuse. The kingdom of heaven restores the world as a truthful expression of divine order, where reality itself bears witness to what is good. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as perfect truth, lived without contradiction. Life no longer struggles to be honest, faithful, or whole. What is true is lived naturally, and what is lived remains true. The kingdom of heaven stands as reality fully aligned, existence without falsehood, and life grounded forever in truth. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as ever-present now, fully realized and without distance. From the beginning, the reign of God was spoken of as near, at hand, approaching. It was tasted in moments, glimpsed in mercy, and trusted through faith. In the fullness of the kingdom, that nearness is no longer partial. What was anticipated is now present without delay. The kingdom is not awaited, it is lived. Presence replaces expectation, and fulfillment replaces hope deferred. There is no sense of not yet within this kingdom. Nothing essential remains unfinished, and nothing important remains absent. The longing that once stretched toward the future has come to rest in the present. The kingdom of heaven restores life as complete now, without the ache of waiting for what must still arrive. time no longer withholds fullness. Presence is uninterrupted. Attention is not pulled away by regret or anticipation. Life is not divided between memory and hope. The kingdom of heaven restores awareness as whole and settled, where being is not scattered. Each moment is inhabited fully, without distraction or loss. Now is enough, because everything that matters is already here. God's presence is not approached, entered, or sought. It is the atmosphere of life itself. There is no threshold to cross, and no veil to draw aside. The kingdom of heaven reveals divine presence as constant and immediate. Relationship is not mediated by distance or ritual. Communion is direct, complete, and continuous. This present fullness does not feel static. Life continues to unfold, yet nothing essential is missing. Growth occurs without lack, and discovery without deficiency. The kingdom of heaven restores movement without hunger, and change without dissatisfaction. What unfolds does so from abundance, not from need. Peace is experienced now, not postponed. There is no fear that joy might be interrupted, or that safety might be temporary. The kingdom of heaven removes the anxiety that once clung to happiness. Life is lived without the question of how long it will last, because permanence is known. Presence deepens relationship. Being together does not require effort or maintenance. The kingdom of heaven restores companionship as shared presence rather than managed connection. Silence and speech are equally full, because nothing is missing between those who dwell together. Purpose is lived now, not delayed until completion. Meaning is not something that will be revealed later. It is experienced in every moment. The kingdom of heaven restores purpose as present participation rather than future reward. Life is meaningful without anticipation of justification. Even worship changes within this presence. Praise is not lifted in hope of encounter, but offered within encounter itself. The kingdom of heaven restores worship as response to what is already fully known and experienced. Gratitude flows naturally from presence realized. Memory no longer pulls life backward, and anticipation no longer pulls it forward. The present holds both without tension. The kingdom of heaven integrates past and future into a now that is complete and whole. Nothing presses in with urgency, and nothing fades away unnoticed. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as ever present now and fully realized. What was once near is now here. What was promised is now lived. The kingdom of heaven stands complete in presence, full in life, and settled in peace, not approaching, not departing, but abiding forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as divine fellowship, without distance or mediation, where relationship with God is no longer approached through signs, symbols, or separation. From the earliest days, humanity encountered God through voices, visions, altars, and veils. Access was given, yet always marked by distance. In the fullness of the kingdom, that distance is removed entirely. Fellowship is immediate, direct, and unbroken. The reign of God is lived as shared life with no barrier between creator and creation. There is no need to seek God, for God is present. No call must be made to draw near, and no effort is required to remain close. The kingdom of heaven restores fellowship as the natural state of existence. Presence is not granted temporarily, nor withdrawn for correction. Relationship is stable, secure, and continuous. This fellowship does not diminish reverence. Awe remains, yet it is free from fear. Honor is expressed without distance, and devotion without anxiety. The kingdom of heaven reveals reverence as delight rather than restraint. God is not diminished by closeness, nor is intimacy threatened by holiness. Both exist together without contradiction. Communication is complete and effortless. There is no confusion about intention, no uncertainty in response. Understanding flows without distortion. The kingdom of heaven restores communion as mutual knowing, where God is fully revealed and fully received. Prayer is no longer request or plea, but shared presence and exchange of life. The need for mediation has ended. No priest stands between, no sacrifice repeats, no ritual restores access. The kingdom of heaven reveals that what was once accomplished has reached its fulfillment. Fellowship no longer depends on act or offering, but on relationship already secured. Access is permanent and unconditional. This closeness does not erase individuality. Each person encounters God personally, yet remains part of shared communion. The kingdom of heaven reveals divine fellowship as both intimate and communal, where God is known fully by each without being divided. Relationship deepens uniquely while remaining shared universally. Identity is shaped by this fellowship. To know God is to know oneself rightly. Confusion about worth, calling, or belonging dissolves. The kingdom of heaven restores identity as grounded in relationship rather than role. Life is lived from connection, not striving. Presence transforms activity. Work, creativity, rest, and joy all flow from communion rather than obligation. Nothing is done apart from God, yet nothing feels constrained. The kingdom of heaven restores life as participation in divine fellowship, expressed through every action. Silence is no longer absence. Stillness becomes shared awareness, rich with meaning. The kingdom of heaven restores silence as fullness rather than emptiness. Nothing needs to be spoken to confirm presence, because presence is complete. Memory is transformed by fellowship. Past distance no longer causes sorrow, for it is fully healed. The kingdom of heaven allows remembrance of longing without pain, understanding without regret. What was once sought is now known. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as divine fellowship, without distance or mediation. What was once approached is now inhabited. God is not beyond reach, nor merely near, but fully present. The kingdom of heaven stands as life lived in uninterrupted communion, where relationship is complete, access is permanent, and fellowship endures forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as ever-open life, where nothing is closed, withheld, or withdrawn. From the beginning, human experience was shaped by limits, doors that closed, opportunities that passed, seasons that ended. Even joy carried the quiet knowledge that it might fade. In the fullness of the kingdom, this sense of closure is gone. Life remains open, expansive, and uninterrupted. The reign of God is lived as joy without end. Nothing in the kingdom is lost to time. No moment slips away, and no experience becomes unreachable. What is lived remains held within fullness. The kingdom of heaven restores life as abundance without depletion, where richness does not require renewal through loss. Joy remains open because nothing threatens its source. Access is complete and permanent. There are no inner rooms closed, no hidden places guarded, no treasures kept from view. The kingdom of heaven reveals openness as safety rather than risk. Transparency does not expose weakness, because nothing remains broken. All is shared freely, and all is received without fear. Joy flows without interruption. It does not depend on contrast with sorrow, for sorrow has passed. It does not rely on novelty, for depth continues to increase. The kingdom of heaven restores joy as steady and deep, capable of endless expansion without exhaustion. Delight does not diminish. It matures continually. Life in the kingdom does not narrow over time. Experience does not become smaller or repetitive. Instead, openness allows continual unfolding. The kingdom of heaven is lived as widening understanding, deepening relationship, and expanding wonder. There is always more to know, more to share, more to enjoy, without pressure or urgency. Freedom and openness exist together. Nothing restricts movement, and nothing demands restraint born of fear. The kingdom of heaven restores openness without danger, exploration without loss. Life is fully accessible because all is aligned with good. Relationship reflects this openness. Nothing is hidden and nothing is withheld. Connection deepens without limit because trust is complete. The kingdom of heaven restores intimacy as openness sustained by love. Knowing and being known carry no cost, only joy. Memory no longer closes doors behind it. The past does not limit the present, nor does it compete with what is now lived. The kingdom of heaven integrates memory into openness, allowing gratitude to remain alive without pulling life backward. What has been lived enriches what continues. Purpose remains open as well. Meaning does not reach completion and cease. Instead, it continues to unfold. The kingdom of heaven restores purpose as living participation, where contribution is never finished and fulfillment never exhausts itself. Life remains meaningful without finality. Even rest remains open. Stillness does not close possibility, it deepens it. The kingdom of heaven restores rest as spacious presence, not withdrawal. Peace expands rather than confines, allowing life to remain open even in quiet. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as ever-open life and joy without end. Nothing closes, nothing fades, and nothing is withdrawn. The kingdom of heaven stands as life fully accessible, joy fully shared, and openness sustained forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as inexhaustible life, where love has no limit and abundance never diminishes. From the beginning, life in the world was marked by measure. Enough and not enough, fullness followed by emptiness, strength that waned with use. Love itself was often guarded, rationed by fear of loss. In the fullness of the kingdom, this economy of scarcity is undone. Life does not run out, and love is not consumed by being given. The reign of God is lived as abundance without measure. Life here is not sustained by careful preservation. It does not require protection from depletion or defense against loss. The kingdom of heaven restores life as self-renewing fullness. What is shared increases rather than diminishes. Energy flows without fatigue, and vitality deepens without cost. Living does not spend life, it expresses it. Love in the kingdom is inexhaustible. It is not cautious, conditional, or withdrawn. There is no fear that giving love will leave less for oneself. The kingdom of heaven reveals love as an ever-flowing reality, where generosity enlarges capacity and affection strengthens rather than weakens the giver. Love does not compete, it multiplies. Compassion never grows tired. Care is not strained by repeated need, nor does mercy wear thin. The kingdom of heaven restores compassion as natural response rather than moral effort. To care is not to be drained, but to participate in life that flows freely. Mercy remains fresh, because it is rooted in fullness, not obligation. Joy is sustained by this abundance. It does not flicker with circumstance or diminish through repetition. The kingdom of heaven reveals joy as durable and deep, capable of endless expression without exhaustion. Delight grows richer with sharing, and celebration becomes more meaningful with time. Understanding also proves inexhaustible. Knowledge does not reach a ceiling, nor does wisdom arrive at finality. The kingdom of heaven restores learning as continual expansion without frustration. Each truth known opens the way to deeper insight, not to limitation. Discovery is endless, yet never overwhelming. Relationship flourishes within this abundance. Connection does not strain under closeness, nor does intimacy require distance to survive. The kingdom of heaven restores relationship as shared life without fear of saturation. Being together does not crowd, it enriches. Presence remains welcome, never burdensome. Creation itself reflects this inexhaustibility. Beauty does not fade, and harmony does not weaken. Growth continues without depletion, and fruitfulness does not require sacrifice of vitality. The kingdom of heaven restores the world as abundance embodied, where flourishing is sustainable and joy is visible in all things. Purpose is never completed and set aside. Meaning does not run out or conclude. The kingdom of heaven reveals purpose as living participation that deepens endlessly. Fulfillment does not signal an ending, but opens into further richness. Life remains meaningful, without urgency or finality. Even generosity itself is inexhaustible. Giving does not reduce what remains. It reveals how much more there is to give. The kingdom of heaven restores generosity as natural expression of abundance, not calculation of loss. What flows out returns multiplied, not as reward, but as reality. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as inexhaustible life and love without measure. Nothing runs dry, nothing is spent, and nothing is diminished by being shared. The kingdom of heaven stands as abundance without end, love without limit, and life overflowing forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as complete peace, where stillness is not fragile, and calm is never interrupted. From the beginning, peace in the world was temporary, often dependent on circumstance, easily disturbed by fear, conflict, or loss. Even moments of rest carried the knowledge that they could be broken. In the fullness of the kingdom, peace is no longer conditional. It is permanent, settled, and unshakable. The reign of God is lived as stillness without threat. This peace is not emptiness or absence of life. It is fullness without disturbance. Activity continues, creativity flows, and relationship deepens. Yet nothing disrupts inner rest. The kingdom of heaven restores peace as harmony within motion, calm that remains even as life unfolds. Stillness does not oppose movement, it supports it. There is no anxiety beneath this peace. Worry has no ground to stand upon, for nothing is uncertain and nothing is at risk. The kingdom of heaven removes the restless anticipation that once shaped thought and emotion. Life is lived without bracing for impact, without guarding against loss. Peace is not maintained, it simply is. The heart rests completely. No hidden tension remains, no unresolved conflict lingers. The kingdom of heaven restores inner stillness, where emotions are steady and aligned with truth. Joy does not compete with peace, and excitement does not disturb calm. Every feeling exists in harmony. The mind is quiet without being empty. Thought flows gently, without pressure or intrusion. There is no noise of confusion, no pull of competing concerns. The kingdom of heaven restores clarity as peaceful awareness, where understanding arises without strain, and reflection brings rest rather than effort. Relationships are shaped by this peace. There is no fear of misunderstanding, no tension beneath conversation. Silence does not feel awkward, and words are not rushed. The kingdom of heaven restores connection as calm presence, where being together is restful rather than demanding. Peace extends to memory. The past no longer stirs unrest or regret. What once caused pain is fully healed and understood. The kingdom of heaven transforms memory into quiet gratitude, allowing the present to remain undisturbed by what has been. Remembrance no longer disrupts stillness. Creation itself rests within this peace. The world no longer groans or strains. Storms do not threaten, and disorder does not arise. The kingdom of heaven restores the earth as place of calm balance, where beauty flourishes without violence, and harmony remains intact. Time does not disturb peace. There is no urgency, no sense of running out. The kingdom of heaven restores time as spacious presence, where moments unfold gently and nothing presses forward anxiously. Eternity is experienced as calm fullness, not endless motion. Even worship reflects this stillness. Praise rises without noise or force. Gratitude flows quietly yet deeply. The kingdom of heaven restores worship as peaceful joy, where reverence is gentle and delight is calm. Celebration does not disrupt rest, it completes it. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as complete peace and stillness without interruption. Nothing disturbs, nothing unsettles, and nothing intrudes. The kingdom of heaven stands as calm made permanent, rest made complete, and peace that endures forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as unfading hope, where every promise spoken finds its fulfillment, and nothing remains unresolved. From the beginning, hope sustained faith through waiting, through loss, and through uncertainty. It pointed forward, holding hearts steady when sight could not. In the fullness of the kingdom, hope does not disappear. It is transformed. What was hoped for is now known, yet hope remains as delight in fulfillment, rather than longing for what is absent. The reign of God is lived as promise completed. No word spoken by God is left unfinished. Every covenant, every assurance, every quiet promise whispered into prayer has reached its completion. The kingdom of heaven reveals faithfulness without exception. What was trusted across generations now stands fulfilled beyond expectation. Hope does not collapse under fulfillment. It deepens into gratitude and joy. This hope no longer carries uncertainty. It is not fragile or tested by fear of disappointment. The kingdom of heaven restores hope as confidence grounded in reality. Nothing threatens what has been given, and nothing undermines what is secure. Hope becomes restful assurance rather than forward strain. The longing that once shaped prayer is now satisfied. Yet desire does not vanish, it is refined. The kingdom of heaven transforms longing into appreciation, anticipation into delight. Hope continues as openness to ever-deepening fullness rather than expectation of what is missing. Fulfillment does not end desire. It enriches it. Hope is shared among all who belong. No one holds hope privately, fearing loss if it is spoken. The kingdom of heaven reveals hope as communal confidence, where assurance strengthens connection. Joy grows as hope is shared, and gratitude deepens through shared fulfillment. Memory confirms hope rather than challenging it. Looking back does not stir regret for what did not happen, but gratitude for what has been completed. The kingdom of heaven transforms memory into testimony of faithfulness. Every delay is understood, every struggle redeemed, every waiting made meaningful. The future no longer threatens uncertainty. There is no anxiety about what lies ahead, because nothing essential remains unfinished. The kingdom of heaven restores the future as open fullness rather than unknown risk. What unfolds does so from completion, not toward it. Hope shapes identity as well. No one doubts belonging or purpose. The kingdom of heaven restores confidence that does not rely on comparison or achievement. Each life stands secure, not because of what was accomplished, but because of what was given and fulfilled. Creation reflects this fulfilled hope. The world no longer waits for restoration, it lives within it. The kingdom of heaven restores creation as evidence that hope has been answered. Beauty is no longer fragile, and harmony no longer threatened. Fulfillment is visible in all things. Even worship reflects hope fulfilled. Praise no longer reaches forward in expectation, but rises from recognition of what is complete. The kingdom of heaven restores worship as joyful acknowledgement of faithfulness realized. Gratitude replaces petition, and celebration replaces longing. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as unfading hope and promise fulfilled. What was trusted is now lived. What was awaited is now present. Hope remains, not because something is missing, but because fulfillment continues to unfold. The kingdom of heaven stands complete, faithful, and secure forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as life shared without separation, where nothing is lost and no one is left behind. From the earliest days, human life was shaped by distance, between people, between generations, between moments that could not be held. Even love carried the ache of possible loss. In the fullness of the kingdom, separation no longer exists. Life is shared completely, and belonging is never interrupted. The reign of God is lived as togetherness without end. No distance remains between those who belong. Space no longer divides, and time no longer separates. Presence is complete and mutual. The kingdom of heaven restores closeness without crowding, intimacy without strain. To be together does not require effort, and to remain together does not require protection. Life is shared freely, without fear of parting. Loss has no place in this kingdom. Nothing precious slips away, and nothing loved is taken. The kingdom of heaven restores security beyond the reach of grief. What is given remains. What is shared endures. Love no longer braces itself against the possibility of ending. It rests fully in permanence. Shared life deepens understanding. To live together without separation is to know one another fully. Stories are not interrupted, and growth is not cut short. The kingdom of heaven allows relationship to mature without limit. Knowing and being known unfold endlessly, without fear of losing what has been built. Memory no longer carries the pain of absence. Remembrance is filled with gratitude rather than longing. The kingdom of heaven transforms memory into shared celebration, where past moments enrich present joy instead of pulling life backward. Nothing is remembered as unreachable, because nothing is lost. Joy is multiplied through shared life. Delight does not remain individual. It expands as it is experienced together. The kingdom of heaven restores joy as communal abundance, where happiness increases through connection rather than competition. Celebration flows naturally, sustained by shared presence. Work and purpose are shared as well. No one carries responsibility alone, and no one bears burden without support. The kingdom of heaven restores cooperation without strain, where contribution strengthens unity rather than creating division. Shared purpose deepens shared life. Even silence is shared comfortably. Presence does not require words to confirm connection. The kingdom of heaven restores silence as peaceful companionship rather than absence. Being together is enough. Nothing needs to be filled, and nothing feels empty. The fear of being forgotten dissolves completely. Every life is held, known, and remembered. The kingdom of heaven restores significance without comparison. No one fades into obscurity, and no story is overlooked. Shared life ensures shared remembrance. Creation itself reflects this unity. Nothing exists in isolation, and nothing is discarded. The kingdom of heaven restores the world as interconnected life, where harmony replaces fragmentation and belonging extends to all creation. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as life shared without separation or loss. Togetherness is permanent, love is secure, and presence is complete. The kingdom of heaven stands as shared life fully realized, where nothing is taken away and nothing ends forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as perfect faithfulness, where love never falters and trust is never broken. From the beginning, human experience was shaped by promises kept imperfectly, intentions misunderstood, and commitments strained by weakness or fear. Even the deepest love carried uncertainty. In the fullness of the kingdom, this uncertainty is gone. Faithfulness is complete, unwavering, and eternal. The reign of God is lived as love that never fails. Nothing in the kingdom is unreliable. No word spoken is withdrawn. No commitment weakened by time. The kingdom of heaven restores faithfulness as absolute constancy. What is given remains given. What is promised remains secure. Love does not fluctuate, and trust does not require reinforcement. Stability is not achieved through effort. It exists naturally. Relationship rests upon this faithfulness. There is no fear of abandonment, no anticipation of betrayal, no need to protect the heart. The kingdom of heaven restores trust as unguarded openness. Love is received without hesitation because it has never failed and never will. To love is not to risk loss, but to participate in what is unshakable. Faithfulness extends to every aspect of life. Purpose does not shift, identity does not erode, and belonging does not weaken. The kingdom of heaven restores consistency without rigidity. Life remains dynamic and rich, yet always grounded in what is sure. Change does not threaten stability, because faithfulness undergirds all movement. Memory confirms this faithfulness. Looking back reveals no broken promises, no unfinished intentions. What once seemed delayed is now understood as purposeful. The kingdom of heaven transforms memory into testimony of unwavering love. Every moment of trust is affirmed, and every act of faith is honored. Love within the kingdom does not depend on performance or perfection. It is not earned, nor can it be lost. The kingdom of heaven restores love as covenant fulfilled, where acceptance is not conditional and affection is not withdrawn. To belong is to be held completely. Faithfulness is shared among all who dwell in the kingdom. No one stands alone in commitment. Community is sustained by mutual reliability and shared trust. The kingdom of heaven restores unity without suspicion, where promises between one another are secure because all are aligned with truth. Even creation reflects this faithfulness. The world no longer bears the marks of decay or unpredictability. Harmony remains constant, and life unfolds without threat. The kingdom of heaven restores the earth as witness to steadfast love, where seasons remain gentle and flourishing endures. Faithfulness brings rest. There is no need to monitor outcomes or guard against disappointment. The kingdom of heaven restores peace that comes from knowing all is secure. Trust is no longer an act of courage, but a natural response to love, proven complete. Worship arises naturally from this faithfulness. Gratitude flows not from relief, but from recognition. Praise is steady and sincere, rooted in love that has never wavered. The kingdom of heaven restores worship as joyful acknowledgement of faithfulness fully revealed. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as perfect faithfulness and love that never fails. Nothing breaks trust, nothing withdraws affection, and nothing disrupts commitment. The kingdom of heaven stands secure in love, proven true forever, where faithfulness is complete and joy endures without end. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as life held secure beyond all fear, where nothing threatens existence and nothing endangers joy. From the beginning, fear shaped human experience. Fear of loss, fear of harm, fear of the unknown. Even love was guarded, even hope was cautious. In the fullness of the kingdom, fear has no place. Security is complete, and life rests beyond all danger. The reign of God is lived as safety fully realized. Nothing within the kingdom is fragile. Life does not depend on defense or vigilance. There is no threat to guard against and no loss to anticipate. The kingdom of heaven restores security as a settled reality, where peace is not maintained through effort, but exists naturally. Fear dissolves because there is nothing left to fear. The heart no longer braces itself. No anticipation of harm tightens the soul, and no anxiety shapes thought. The kingdom of heaven restores inner safety, where the heart remains open without risk. Trust flows freely, because nothing betrays it. Love is given without caution, because it cannot be taken away. The body rests without instinctive defense. There is no tension, no readiness for danger, no anticipation of pain. The kingdom of heaven restores physical security, where presence is calm and strength is steady. Life is lived without the reflex of self-protection, because harm no longer exists. The mind is free from fear-driven thought. No imagining of worst outcomes, no rehearsal of loss, no anxiety about what might come. The kingdom of heaven restores mental peace, where clarity is not interrupted by alarm. Thought remains gentle, grounded, and free. Relationships are untouched by fear. No one worries about rejection, abandonment, or misunderstanding. The kingdom of heaven restores connection without insecurity. Love is not tested by suspicion, and trust is not guarded by distance. Being together is safe and unthreatened. Memory no longer awakens fear. The past does not warn of future danger, and experience does not teach caution. The kingdom of heaven transforms memory into wisdom without alarm. What was once learned through pain is now understood without repeating fear. The future holds no threat. What unfolds does so without uncertainty or risk. The kingdom of heaven restores the future as continuation of safety rather than unknown danger. Anticipation is joyful, not anxious. What is coming carries no harm. Creation itself reflects this security. The world is no longer hostile or unpredictable. Nothing harms, nothing destroys, nothing threatens balance. The kingdom of heaven restores creation as safe dwelling, where life flourishes without fear. Even worship is free from fear. Praise does not seek protection, and gratitude does not arise from relief. The kingdom of heaven restores worship as peaceful acknowledgement of safety fully known. Reverence remains, but fear is gone. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as life held secure beyond all fear. Nothing threatens, nothing alarms, and nothing endangers what has been given. The kingdom of heaven stands as safety made permanent, life unguarded, and peace fully assured forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as enduring presence, where love holds all things together, without strain or effort. From the beginning, presence was fragile. Moments could be missed, people could depart, attention could drift. Even when love was strong, presence was not guaranteed. In the fullness of the kingdom, this fragility is gone. Presence does not fade, wander, or withdraw. The reign of God is lived as nearness that never diminishes. Nothing in the kingdom is marked by absence. There is no searching for what has stepped away, and no longing for what has gone quiet. Presence is complete and steady, filling every space without crowding. The kingdom of heaven restores nearness as a constant reality, where love does not come and go, but remains. This presence does not overwhelm. It is gentle, steady, and sustaining. The kingdom of heaven reveals love as the force that holds all things together without pressure. Nothing is forced into place, yet nothing drifts apart. Unity exists without effort, and closeness does not consume. Love binds without constraining. Life unfolds within this presence naturally. Action does not require departure from connection, and rest does not interrupt engagement. The kingdom of heaven restores life as lived entirely within love, where every movement happens in awareness of nearness. There is no separation between being and belonging. Relationships are shaped by this enduring presence. Togetherness does not depend on constant attention or reassurance. The kingdom of heaven restores companionship as quiet constancy, where love does not need to be proven repeatedly. Trust rests because presence remains unchanged. The heart remains open without fear of abandonment. Nothing pulls love away, and nothing competes for attention. The kingdom of heaven restores emotional security, grounded in unwavering presence. Affection does not diminish, and care does not waver. Memory no longer measures presence by what once was. The past does not haunt with absence, and remembrance does not stir longing. The kingdom of heaven integrates memory into present fullness, allowing gratitude to remain without reopening loss. What was experienced remains held, not gone. Time does not erode presence. Moments do not pass away, carrying love with them. The kingdom of heaven restores presence as timeless, where now is always full. There is no fear that closeness will weaken with duration. Love remains as strong as ever. Creation itself is held within this presence. Nothing exists outside of love's sustaining care. The kingdom of heaven restores the world as held securely, where harmony remains, because presence does not withdraw. Life flourishes because it is continually held. Even silence is filled with presence. Nothing needs to be said to confirm connection. The kingdom of heaven restores silence as shared being, where quiet does not signal distance, but deepens awareness of love that holds all things. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as enduring presence, and love that holds all things. Nothing drifts away, nothing is lost to distance, and nothing is left unheld. The kingdom of heaven stands as nearness without end, love without withdrawal, and presence that abides forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as everlasting purpose, held gently and securely in love. From the beginning, purpose in the world was often clouded by uncertainty. People searched for meaning through effort, accomplishment, or recognition, fearing that life might pass without significance. In the fullness of the kingdom, this fear is removed. Purpose is no longer questioned or pursued anxiously. It is known, lived, and sustained by love that does not fail. The reign of God is experienced as meaning made permanent. Purpose in the kingdom is not assigned from outside, nor imposed through demand. It arises naturally from belonging. To exist within the kingdom is to participate in its purpose. Life is meaningful not because of what is achieved, but because it is held within divine intention. The kingdom of heaven restores purpose as shared life with God, where existence itself carries value. There is no urgency attached to purpose. Nothing needs to be proven, secured, or justified. The kingdom of heaven removes the pressure of time-bound achievement. Purpose unfolds without haste and without fear of missing fulfillment. Each moment carries depth, and each action holds meaning simply by being aligned with love. Work and creativity express this purpose freely. Contribution is joyful rather than burdensome. The kingdom of heaven restores work as participation in what is already good, rather than effort to create worth. What is done flows from identity, rather than striving. Fulfillment accompanies activity without exhausting the soul. Purpose is communal as well as personal. No one carries meaning alone, and no life exists in isolation. The kingdom of heaven reveals purpose as shared participation, where each contribution strengthens the whole. Difference does not fragment purpose, it enriches it. Each life adds its own expression to the harmony of the kingdom. Memory affirms purpose rather than questioning it. The past is understood not as a series of missteps or wasted effort, but as a journey gathered into meaning. The kingdom of heaven transforms memory into testimony of guidance and care. Even what once seemed unclear is now seen as part of a greater design. Growth continues without anxiety. Purpose does not end with fulfillment, nor does it become repetitive. The kingdom of heaven restores purpose as living movement, where understanding deepens and participation expands endlessly. There is always more to explore, more to share, and more to enjoy, without pressure or fear. Relationship itself becomes central to purpose. Love given and received is not a means to something else. It is the purpose fulfilled. The kingdom of heaven reveals that to dwell in love is to live fully aligned with divine intention. Meaning is found not in distance traveled or tasks completed, but in communion sustained. Creation reflects this purposeful harmony. Nothing exists without intention, and nothing resists its role. The kingdom of heaven restores the world as expression of divine purpose, where beauty and order testify to meaning fulfilled. All things work together without strain or conflict. Rest accompanies purpose naturally. There is no fear that rest will interrupt meaning or waste opportunity. The kingdom of heaven restores rest as part of purpose itself, where being still is as meaningful as action. Life flows between movement and rest without tension. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as everlasting purpose held in love. Meaning is no longer fragile or uncertain. Life is lived without vanity, without fear of insignificance, and without urgency to justify existence. The kingdom of heaven stands as purpose fully known, shared, and sustained forever in perfect love. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as life rooted in unchanging goodness, where nothing corrupts, nothing decays, and nothing turns against what is good. From the beginning, goodness in the world was often fragile, contested, or misunderstood. What was good could be twisted, diminished, or lost. In the fullness of the kingdom, goodness stands secure. It is not defended or debated, it simply is. The reign of God is lived as goodness fully revealed and fully trusted. This goodness is not abstract or distant. It is experienced in every aspect of life. What is good is not occasionally encountered. It is the environment of existence itself. The kingdom of heaven restores goodness as the foundation of reality, where life unfolds without suspicion that harm may follow. Trust becomes natural because goodness does not change. Nothing in the kingdom carries hidden cost. No gift conceals harm, and no joy carries regret. The kingdom of heaven restores goodness without mixture, where blessing does not demand payment later, and delight does not lead to loss. Life is received freely and enjoyed without caution. Desire aligns naturally with this goodness. There is no pull toward what destroys or diminishes. Wanting and choosing are no longer conflicted. The kingdom of heaven restores desire as movement toward life rather than temptation toward harm. What is longed for is good, and what is good satisfies fully. Goodness shapes relationship. Love does not wound, care does not manipulate, and trust is never misplaced. The kingdom of heaven restores goodness as the character of all connection. Being with others does not require defense, because no one seeks advantage at another's expense. Community rests upon goodness shared by all. Understanding of goodness deepens continually. It is not shallow or simplistic. The kingdom of heaven reveals goodness as rich and profound, capable of endless discovery without contradiction. Each insight confirms what is already known, that life is grounded in what is right and life-giving. Memory no longer questions goodness. The past does not contain evidence that goodness failed. The kingdom of heaven transforms memory into assurance, revealing that every step, even those once unclear, was held within goodness. Trust becomes complete because faithfulness is fully seen. Creation reflects this goodness visibly. The world no longer bears marks of corruption or decay. Beauty does not fade, and harmony does not fracture. The kingdom of heaven restores creation as witness to goodness that does not weaken. Life flourishes because its source remains pure. Action within the kingdom flows from goodness without struggle. Doing what is right requires no resistance against inner conflict. The kingdom of heaven restores moral life as natural expression rather than effortful discipline. Goodness is not chosen against desire. It is chosen with joy. Rest deepens awareness of goodness. Stillness does not reveal hidden danger or loss. The kingdom of heaven restores rest as trust lived quietly, where peace confirms that all is well. To rest is to agree with goodness already established. Even worship reflects this rooted goodness. Praise does not arise from relief after danger, but from recognition of goodness that has always been present. The kingdom of heaven restores worship as grateful response to goodness, known without interruption. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as life rooted in unchanging goodness. Nothing corrupts, nothing deceives, and nothing undermines what is good. The kingdom of heaven stands as reality grounded in goodness forever, where life is trusted, love is secure, and joy flows without fear or end. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as final restoration, where nothing remains unfinished, and all things are made whole. From the beginning, life moved through cycles of breaking and mending, loss and recovery. Even healing often felt incomplete, leaving traces of what once was broken. In the fullness of the kingdom, restoration reaches its completion. Nothing remains fragmented, and nothing waits to be repaired. The reign of God is lived as wholeness fully realized. Restoration in the kingdom is not partial. It does not merely return things to a former state. It brings them into their fullest expression. What was damaged is not only healed, but strengthened. What was lost is not only recovered, but enriched. The kingdom of heaven reveals restoration as completion rather than reversal, where all things reach the purpose for which they were made. Every life is gathered into this restoration. No experience is excluded, and no story is overlooked. The kingdom of heaven restores meaning to what once seemed wasted or broken. Even moments marked by sorrow or confusion are revealed as held within a greater design. Nothing lived in faith is lost, and nothing endured in hope is forgotten. Relationships are fully restored. All distance caused by misunderstanding, hurt, or separation is removed. The kingdom of heaven brings reconciliation without remainder. Forgiveness is complete, not negotiated. Love flows without obstruction, and trust stands unchallenged. What once required healing now exists in peace. Restoration extends to identity. No one remains defined by failure, limitation, or loss. The kingdom of heaven restores each life to its true self, fully known and fully affirmed. Confusion about purpose dissolves, and clarity replaces uncertainty. Each person stands whole, without missing pieces. Memory is restored as well. The past no longer carries unresolved pain or unanswered questions. Understanding replaces confusion, and peace replaces regret. The kingdom of heaven transforms memory into wisdom without sorrow, allowing the whole story of life to be seen clearly and gratefully. Creation itself is fully restored. The earth no longer bears scars of misuse or decay. Harmony replaces disorder, and beauty flourishes without threat. The kingdom of heaven reveals creation as it was always meant to be, vibrant, balanced, and alive. Humanity and creation dwell together without strain. Restoration does not bring stillness alone, but renewed life. Creativity continues, relationship deepens, and joy expands. The kingdom of heaven reveals restoration as beginning fulfilled rather than ending reached. Life continues in fullness, not because something was missing, but because goodness overflows. Nothing stands outside this restoration. No corner remains untouched, no wound left unhealed. The kingdom of heaven is comprehensive, embracing all that exists. What was broken at any point in history is gathered into wholeness without exception. Peace flows naturally from this restoration. There is no fear that healing might fail or that loss might return. The kingdom of heaven restores security that does not waver. Life rests confidently in what has been made whole. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as final restoration and all things made whole. Nothing remains fragmented, nothing remains unfinished, and nothing remains outside the reach of love. The kingdom of heaven stands complete, whole, and alive forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as everlasting life, held in perfect unity, where nothing stands divided and nothing exists in isolation. From the beginning, life was fractured by separation, between people, within the self, and between creation and its purpose. Even when harmony was sought, unity felt fragile, easily disrupted by fear or misunderstanding. In the fullness of the kingdom, this fragility is gone. Unity is complete, sustained, and unbreakable. The reign of God is lived as life woven together without seam. Unity in the kingdom does not erase distinction. Each life remains fully itself, yet perfectly joined to all others. Difference no longer threatens harmony, nor does individuality weaken togetherness. The kingdom of heaven reveals unity as mutual belonging, where uniqueness enriches the whole rather than competing with it. All things exist together without tension. There is no division within the self. Thought, desire, and action move together in alignment. The kingdom of heaven restores inner unity, where nothing pulls the heart in opposing directions. Peace arises naturally because the inner life is whole. Identity stands clear and settled, free from contradiction or confusion. Relationships reflect this unity. There is no rivalry, no misunderstanding, no distance created by fear. The kingdom of heaven restores connection as shared life without division. Love flows freely, trust remains constant, and presence is uninterrupted. Togetherness is not maintained through effort. It exists naturally. Unity extends across all who belong, without hierarchy or exclusion. No one is elevated at another's expense, and no one is diminished by comparison. The kingdom of heaven restores equality rooted in shared value. Each life is honored fully, and each contribution is received with gratitude. The whole is strengthened because every part belongs. Creation itself lives within this unity. Nothing exists apart from purpose, and nothing resists harmony. The kingdom of heaven restores the world as interconnected life, where every element contributes to balance and beauty. Earth and heaven are no longer experienced as separate realms, but as one unified dwelling. Time no longer divides experience. Past, present, and future are held together without strain. Memory does not pull life backward, and anticipation does not pull it forward anxiously. The kingdom of heaven restores time as unified fullness, where all moments are gathered into now without loss. Purpose is unified as well. No effort competes with another, and no calling contradicts the whole. The kingdom of heaven reveals purpose as shared direction, where all movement flows toward what is good. Life advances together, not scattered by competing aims. Even worship reflects this unity. Praise does not rise from separate voices seeking attention, but from one shared recognition of truth. The kingdom of heaven restores worship as unified response, where joy is multiplied through togetherness. Gratitude flows as one expression, rich with diversity, yet whole. Unity removes fear of fragmentation. Nothing can pull life apart again. The kingdom of heaven restores security grounded in oneness that cannot be undone. What is joined remains joined, and what belongs together remains together. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as everlasting life held in perfect unity. Nothing is divided, nothing is isolated, and nothing stands alone. The kingdom of heaven stands as life woven together completely, where unity endures, belonging is secure, and all things remain one forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as joy made complete, where love has no ending, and delight never diminishes. From the beginning, joy in the world was often partial, touched by fear that it might fade or be taken away. Even the brightest moments carried the quiet awareness of impermanence. In the fullness of the kingdom, this fear is gone. Joy is no longer guarded or brief. It is whole, settled, and secure. The reign of God is lived as happiness fulfilled without loss. Joy in the kingdom is not excitement that rises and falls. It is deep and steady, flowing beneath every moment. It does not depend on circumstance, success, or comparison. The kingdom of heaven restores joy as a state of being, rooted in love that never weakens. Delight is constant, not because life is repetitive, but because fullness is complete. Love is the source of this joy. It is not limited by time, tested by endurance, or altered by change. The kingdom of heaven reveals love as eternal reality, not fragile emotion. To love is not to risk loss, because love cannot end. Relationship is secure, affection is unwavering, and devotion is complete. Joy is shared without competition. No one's joy reduces another's, and no one fears being overlooked. The kingdom of heaven restores joy as communal abundance. Celebration deepens as it is shared, and delight expands through togetherness. Happiness does not isolate, it connects. The heart rests easily within this joy. There is no effort to hold on to it, and no fear of its absence. The kingdom of heaven restores emotional peace, where joy remains gentle and strong at once. Laughter does not exhaust, and contentment does not dull wonder. Joy remains fresh without being fragile. Memory enhances joy rather than threatening it. The past no longer carries pain that interrupts delight. The kingdom of heaven transforms remembrance into gratitude. What was once difficult is now understood, and what was once painful is now healed. Joy is not diminished by memory, it is enriched by it. Creation reflects this joy visibly. Beauty flourishes without decay, and harmony remains undisturbed. The kingdom of heaven restores the world as place of delight, where joy is seen in color, movement, and life itself. Nothing mars the goodness that surrounds. Purpose and joy are no longer separated. Meaning does not come at the cost of happiness, and fulfillment does not require sacrifice of peace. The kingdom of heaven restores life, where purpose is joyful and joy is meaningful. Every action participates in delight rather than obligation. Even rest is joyful. Stillness does not feel empty, and quiet does not diminish life. The kingdom of heaven restores rest as enjoyment of being, where peace and joy coexist fully. To be still is to delight in what is complete. Worship rises naturally from this joy. Praise is not offered in hope of blessing, but in recognition of blessing already received. The kingdom of heaven restores worship as joyful response to love fully known. Gratitude flows freely, without fear or restraint. Thus, the reign of God is revealed as joy made complete and love without end. Nothing diminishes delight, nothing interrupts happiness, and nothing threatens love. The kingdom of heaven stands as joy fulfilled, love perfected, and life lived in unending gladness forever. The kingdom of heaven is revealed as that which stands forever, unshaken, complete, and fully alive. From the first word spoken into creation to the final promise fulfilled, the reign of God has moved with steady purpose. What began as seed has grown into fullness. What was hoped for has been realized. Nothing remains unfinished, and nothing lies beyond its reach. The kingdom is not approaching, not fading, not changing. It is established, enduring, and eternal. Nothing threatens this kingdom. Time does not weaken it, and history does not alter it. What is built upon truth cannot erode, and what is held in love cannot collapse. The kingdom of heaven stands not because it is defended, but because it is founded in what cannot fail. It exists beyond rise and fall, beyond beginning and end. All that has been spoken is gathered here. Every promise finds its answer. Every longing reaches its rest. The words once carried in faith now stand fulfilled in life. What was seen dimly is now known clearly. What was trusted is now lived fully. The kingdom is not an idea or a hope deferred. It is reality completed. Those who dwell within this kingdom are secure beyond question. There is no fear of loss, no threat of separation, no shadow of ending. Life is not held temporarily, but eternally. Belonging is not conditional, but absolute. The kingdom of heaven is home without exile, life without death, joy without sorrow. All things are at peace. Nothing strives, nothing resists, nothing fractures. Harmony does not need to be maintained, for nothing opposes it. Love flows freely, truth stands clear, and goodness remains unchanged. The kingdom of heaven is life aligned fully with what is good. Creation rests within this reign, restored and renewed. Earth and heaven are no longer distant, but one dwelling. Beauty flourishes without decay, and life moves without exhaustion. Everything exists as it was always meant to be, now perfected beyond its first form. Time itself is held within eternity. Moments do not slip away, and life does not rush forward. The kingdom of heaven stands outside loss and beyond urgency. Presence is complete, and now is full. Nothing presses to end, and nothing fades into memory. Worship rises naturally, not because it is required, but because recognition overflows. Gratitude fills every breath, and joy remains constant. The kingdom of heaven is praise lived, not performed, life itself becoming thanksgiving. This kingdom does not close, does not diminish, does not pass away. It remains when all else has fallen silent. It stands when every question has been answered and every story has been gathered. What is true remains true. What is good remains good. What is given remains given. Thus, the reign of God stands forever, unmoved, complete, and alive. The kingdom of heaven endures without end. Life whole, love unbroken, joy complete, forever and ever.